before the kickoff show. We always start about an hour before. So we've got an hour to go until the kickoff show. But yeah, so here we've got the card. Let's just quickly run through this whilst I'm just trying to tweak a couple of settings. There we go. Lovely. Right, so yes, we have got Roxanne Perez against Gigi, Dolin, and Jacey, Jayne. So we've got that triple threat for the NXT Women's Championship. I think that's going to be Roxanne Perez that's going to retain. Reason why I think that is because I just think Toxic Attraction are going to get in each other's way. The other two women obviously are in a tag team. I just expect them to get in each other's way. Apollo Crews taking on Carmelo Hayes. This is in a 2 out of 3 falls match. I am leaning to Carmelo. I think that it could go either way on that one. I think that's going to be really close. But I'm going to go Carmelo. I think they're building him up. I think this is going to be him. I mean, honestly, he should be able to beat someone like Apollo. I know that we're trying to reinvent Apollo, but at what point do we just kind of say it's not working? At what point? I mean, Carmelo's got such high ceiling, such great potential. We just don't seem to be getting anywhere with Apollo. So, I don't know. At what point do we just say this hasn't worked? I don't know if I would give Carmelo a loss here just to try and build up Apollo. I sort of feel like I would go with Carmelo. I'd go with Carmelo. I don't think Apollo is where he needs to be. I don't know what we need to do. I feel like we need to have a look at another gimmick of some degree for him. Obviously, the Nigerian prince thing didn't work when he went back to his heritage. But this, I don't think is working either. It's just so bland. It's just so bland. There's just not really anything to hang your hat on here. So, yeah, I would go Carmelo, but it's close. I don't know which way they'll go. Katana chants Kayden Carter against Fallon Henley and Kiana James. That could be interesting. Could be very interesting because they've only just thrown these two women together. They're going to be around for a long time, Fallon and Kiana. Katana and Kayden could always get called up as a women's tag team. They're like one of the only actual tag teams in WWE, like women's tag teams. So I think I'm going to say the champs retain. I think that Fallon Henley, Kiana James might have just been thrown together just for the sake of finding the champions some opponents. So I'm going to say the champs retain. But again, wouldn't be the biggest shock if they did drop that, because those two girls, as we said, Fallon and Kiana, I still expect them to be in NXT in 6 months' time. So you could easily put the tag belts on them. New Day against Gallus, against Chase U, against Pretty Deadly. That is the match I'm most looking forward to. I am right behind Chase U. I really want Chase U to win. So I'm hoping for Chase U. It may be Pretty Deadly that get the belts back. I think this is probably the end of the New Day in NXT. It's been all right. I don't think they've been that great, to be honest, in NXT. They've provided some star power, but I don't think their segments have been like, OMG, these are amazing. So I am going to go with Chase U. I really hope they do it. I really hope Thea Hale gets to celebrate a big dub with Andre Chase, Duke Hudson, Thea Hale running around the arena, Chase U in the crowd going crazy. Like, that could be really fun. So I'm going to go with them. Wes Lee against Dijak. I am not sold on Wes Lee as a solo star. I think that he's good, very good, but I just think he gets lost. I think he's a poor man's Carmelo Hayes. I think that Dijak is very much in need of a push, very much in need of something. His gimmick is quite out there. Definitely something that you could do something with. Him dishing out justice is a bit like, he's a bit Judge Dreddy, is a bit, upholding the law. Terminator is another one I've seen people comparing him to. I don't mind the gimmick, but at the moment it's not quite clicked. I really like his entrance. His entrance is nice with the graphics and everything. I think his look is pretty cool. The only problem is he's got to be protected because you can't have this cool entrance, this cool look, and then job out in the ring. You just can't do that. Do you know what I mean? You can't do that. You didn't see like the Terminator jobbing out all the time. So I think we need a win for Dijak. I would be going with Dijak on this one. I don't know what we do with Wes Lee after this. I would put him back in a tag team. I think he's fantastic wrestler. I have no issue with him. I just think put him in a tag team. Put him in a tag team. MSK were great. Obviously, we haven't got MSK anymore, but we can create something new. Wes Lee as being one part of a tag team. There's no shame in that. I mean, he as a solo star can do things, and it's not like he's horrific. It's just, I just don't think that he's going to get as far because there's just too many good Grayson Waller, Bron Breakker, Carmelo Hayes. You know, there's a lot of people around that are ahead of him. I just think it's crowded. Then our main event tonight is going to be Bron Breakker against Grayson Waller steel cage match. That's our main event tonight. A good old-fashioned steel cage match. Do I wish it was the blue cage? Of course, because the blue cage is goated. But it's going to be just the usual rubbish cage. And I'm still excited for it, though. You know, back in the day when it was a steel cage, whenever I don't know what you think of when you think of steel cage match. I always think of Hulk Hogan, King Kong Bundy. It's always the first match that comes to my mind when I think of a steel cage match. Hulk Hogan, King Kong Bundy. That must be something subconscious, like it was the first one I saw, which would make sense because, of course, that was WrestleMania 2. So it makes perfect sense that that's why it would be in my head. But yeah, that's the one I always think of when I think of steel cage match. Always think of Hogan, King Kong Bundy, and the blue cage. And you just never see steel cage matches that often. They've kind of been like surpassed with Elimination Chamber and Hell in a Cell and, you know, Fight Pit and all these other things. But there's nothing like a good old cage match. There's nothing like a good old cage match, is there? Nothing like a good old cage match. I mean, they're pretty useless at keeping people out. We've definitely learnt that now. And a lot of it can be people trying to get out the cage and being thwarted. I actually went back and watched Bret Hart, Owen Hart from 94, I think it was, SummerSlam, when they had their cage match. I don't think it's aged very well. The reason is because the vast majority of that match is either Bret or Owen trying to get out the cage. And when you know who's winning, when you already know the results, it loses its drama. So, like, when they go over, it's not like got loads of great wrestling that you can go back to and just revisit and appreciate. You know, their WrestleMania 10 match, for example, has got loads of things you can go back and just enjoy. But their cage match, I didn't find it very easy to revisit because it's just a lot of people running over trying to escape, which, as I said, can't really admire that when you already know who wins. So sometimes cage matches aren't brilliant for revisiting, but they're still exciting at the time. So I'm excited for our main event tonight. So I actually think it's a really strong card. I think it's a strong card. It's looking good. So yeah. Tonight's steel cage will be awesome, said Sean. Dark Knight said, I always think Hogan and Brutus. Oh yeah, that was good. Brutus and Zeus. Randy Savage, no hold barred. Yeah, that was good. And wasn't he stood on the steps like that? Zeus. I can't remember if that was for the cage match or one of their other matches, but I just remember him standing, and you never used to see people doing that. Hogan came down the entranceway. Normally when Hogan comes down the entranceway, the opponent's being kind of kept back a bit by the ref, or they're just in the corner getting prepared. Zeus was over on the steps waiting for Hogan, arms folded like this. Yeah, that was cool. I need to revisit that. Miss Clown said, rewatch the Brett Lawler Kiss My Foot match. Ugh, no, thank you. Are you doing UFC after this or no UFC? No UFC this week. No UFC. It doesn't make sense to do it because by the time this ends, I'll do a review for this because obviously it's a big NXT show. It's not just NXT. It's one of their big, we're in an arena tonight. I don't know how many people are there, but I think the arena can hold like 15, 20,000. Like, this is a decent, it feels really weird. It doesn't feel like a big show, but it is a big show. This is like one of the old takeovers. This is one of those these big. We're not at the performance center in front of like 5 people. We're in an arena in like 15, 20,000. So it's a big show. So we'll do the stream. We'll do the review after. In regards to UFC, I don't think the main card starts till 6, which I could still do. But honestly, I mean, who's going to be sticking around at 6 o'clock to watch? 6 o'clock in the morning, the main card for UFC starts this week. 6 o'clock in the morning? That's 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. Like, I just don't think people are going to be up for it. So this is the sort of cards where we would get limited amount of people joining us for UFC anyway. It's not one of their pay-per-views. Add in the fact that it's at 1 in the morning East time, 6 o'clock in the morning UK time. It sort of feels like, yeah, this is probably not... We can probably skip this one. That's kind of how it feels. So I was tempted to just do the main cards and not do the prelims. But I looked at it and thought, how many people are going to join us at 6 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning anyway? Like, just don't think it's worth it. What happened to Cameron Grimes? Do you know? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I looked at that up not long ago. I couldn't find any information. He was on Raw not that long ago. Last time I saw him, I think he was being beaten up by the Bloodline. He was on Raw, and I'm sure he got attacked as part of those backstage attacks. I'm sure that's right. I'm sure I haven't just made that up. I remember him being on Raw because I remember him being like trying to recruit OC and all this kind of stuff. And I remember hearing that he was backstage a few times and he's been doing like main event tapings and stuff like that. That's like tail end of last year. I can't remember seeing him on NXT this year. I don't know. Perhaps it's just as simple as we just don't have any creative for him at the moment. Arena is set up for 5.7. Oh, it's bigger than that, isn't it? Oh, it's set up for 5.7. I'm going to say we looked the other day, and I'm sure this Spectrum Center can hold more. I clicked on it. Yeah, Spectrum Center. Spectrum Center holds 19,000 for basketball and pro wrestling 20,000. But you say they've only set it up for 5. That's a bit of a shame, isn't it? It's decent considering NXT is normally in front of a few hundred people. They don't normally do arena shows, says Elliot. A bit disappointed with that, to be honest. I mean, I remember, I don't know what the numbers were back in the day. I mean, this thing can hold, how are we going to make it look good? How are we going to make an arena that can hold 20,000 that's only got 5,000 in it? How are we going to make that look like it's not just full of air? I don't know. How are we... I'm a bit disappointed with those numbers. I mean, I sort of think that... I mean, I know that they don't normally play to big crowds, like in Orlando, but they are seen by big numbers. I mean, 600,000 every week that watch the show. That's not anything to be sniffed at. I mean... Power Slap would kill for 600,000 every week. I didn't see what they got last week. But I know that they were about, 400? First week, 200 and something thousand. Week after, 400,000. So 600,000 for NXT, that's not too bad. It's got to be more than what they were getting on the network. I can't believe 600,000 were tuning in every week on the network. I'd be surprised if 600,000 were tuning in every week on the network. Or if they were, that would be it worldwide. So I think worldwide, they had like 1 point something million subscribers. WWE. So the absolute maximum that could tune in would be that number around the world. Don't forget that 600,000. That's only US. So, I don't know how many people watch in the UK, how many people watch around the world. I've got to think more people are watching NXT now than watched it on the network. Can't imagine they've moved to the USA network and now they're getting less viewers than when they were on the WWE network. So 5,000, I don't know. I'm just a bit surprised at that number. A bit surprised at that. Tonight at kickoff show, Edge is calling out a traitor of NXT. Is he? Will you do UFC Volkanovski Makachev next week? Yep, of course. That's our big show for next week. We're all over that. We'll be starting early as well. And we'll be really going through that. I mean, that's one of the biggest fights of the year. They have also announced that Connor and Chandler are going to be the 2 coaches on The Ultimate Fighter. So that was big news that came out earlier today. I don't know what that Edge news is. Edge is calling out a traitor of NXT. I can only imagine that's Balor or someone. I mean, he's in a feud with Balor, isn't he, in Judgment Day? Like, I can't imagine he's going to pick a fight with someone new now. So I can only imagine that that's Balor. Do you think Jey Uso will help Sami beat Roman? I don't. I don't think he'll help. I can't see. This is a real tricky situation because if Sami beats Roman in Montreal, that will take away from Cody winning at WrestleMania. I know Cody winning at WrestleMania is big for Cody and it shouldn't really matter. But if the champion that he's competing against is someone that recently just lost, and to be honest, at the moment, it's both belts. It's both belts, isn't it? Right now, it's both belts. So right now, if Sami did beat Roman, it would be Sami versus Cody. I just can't see them doing that match. And I'm sure you can't see them doing that match as well. I mean, I can't see them doing Sami versus Cody at WrestleMania. I think it's got to be Cody versus Roman, which means that Sami can win. I think Sami can absolutely win, but it's going to be a count out. What is it? It's at Elimination Chamber, but I'm not aware of it being any stipulation. So it could be a count out win for Sami. It could be a disqualification win for Sami. It could be that Sami gets the victory over Roman. Roman loses, but he doesn't lose the belts. He doesn't get pinned. He doesn't get submitted. So could Jey help Sami achieve that? Maybe. I've got to think it's probably more likely that Jay's going to help Roman and sort of come to his senses. I think Jey being hurt about what happened, I think he can get over that. I think he can reflect, blood's thicker than water. It really wouldn't surprise me if Jey went back to the Bloodline. And then, next week's going to be fascinating. Next Saturday's going to be fascinating because right now it's all about the biggest question right now is what is Jey going to do next Friday? Because that's more immediate than Elimination Chamber. So that will give us some answers. If he's back with Jimmy and they're looking good, then that's obviously a big indication as to what's going to happen at Elimination Chamber. That would imply that Jey is now back in the Bloodline. If he's not, makes things a lot more interesting, doesn't it? I never needed you at all. Watch me shine now. Watch me shine now. Rochelle, shout out to you. Rochelle Fortune, shout out to you, my friend, said, I'll follow you at any time. Oh, that's very nice, Rochelle. Thank you. It's nice. We've got a very nice chat tonight. This is good. The omens are good for a fun little stream. Rochelle said, Canada has got zero tolerance on DUIs, so Uso's not there. Yeah, that's a good point, that is. That's a good point. They haven't been able to get into Canada before, have they? But that's Jimmy, isn't it? Isn't it Jimmy that's got that, not Jey? So that might rule out Jimmy, but I don't know if Jay's ever been done for a DUI. So yeah, it's a really good point. That is, it's a really good point. In fact, let me just have a quick look. Has Jey ever been done for a DUI? Or is it just Jimmy? Jey DUI, Jey DUI Uso. Jimmy arrested. How many DUIs has Jey had? Can't see. Oh, Jey. DWI. What's a DWI? What the hell's a DW? He's got some I haven't even heard of. Jey was reported in Texas driving whilst intoxicated in 2018. Jey Uso. Jey was pulled around. Responsible for his own actions. Jey flourished in the ring. Okay, maybe Jey does have one as well. I also don't know when they expire or what happens with them. Why do they just stay on your record forever? Is that it? Once you get a DUI, you're just not welcome in Canada ever again? Or is it got a time frame on it? Or that's interesting because that does put a wrinkle on it, doesn't it? That does definitely put a wrinkle on things. Driving whilst intoxicated. So what's the difference between that and driving under the influence? Is driving under the influence not alcohol? Or are they just called different things in different places? DUI and DWI. I don't know. Jay does have a DUI. I never understood people that drink drive, said Fortnite, and I never ever understand why rich people don't just have a driver. It's a good point. Some rich people are tight. Some rich people are rich because they never spend their money. So that's why they're rich. So that's why. So it could be one of those situations. Saving, you got to save your money. Even if you're rich, can't go splashing it around. Rob said, who have you got in the cage match tonight? Did I miss your pick? No, you didn't miss my pick. I was just more swooning about the actual fact we were seeing a cage match. I'm really excited for it. Did I actually get to my pick? I don't think I did. I'm going to go with Bron. I think Grayson could do it. I just think, are we going to call it Bron right now? I don't think so. I would think the chances are he'll drop the belt and then appear on the main roster. I don't know that they would necessarily want him to drop the belt and kind of bob around and then go to the main roster. So I'm thinking he's probably not going to get called up this side of WrestleMania. I don't think they're looking at their roster on the main roster thinking, oh, we need Bron. I mean, they've got so many people. They've got so many people. Unless they've got something specific in mind for him, I would think Bron would be one of those great people to call up for the Raw after WrestleMania. That Raw after WrestleMania that's really exciting, really tasty. I've got to think that Bron would be good in that. So I am going to go with Bron retaining, and then at WrestleMania weekend, he drops it to someone. But equally, they could put the belt onto Grayson. And then Grayson could
I never needed you
carry it for a little bit.
I never needed you.
Rochelle said, maybe weed. We do allow that. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, I think if you're, I don't know, I would have to imagine if you're done for driving under the influence, I've got to think that Canada wouldn't. I would imagine that if you've been done for a DUI of any description, Canada is going to not let you in. Can't imagine they're like, was it alcohol or was it drugs? It was drugs. Oh, come in. I can't imagine they'd do that, would they? It was drugs. Oh, drugs. Yeah, come on. Bring some with you. Come in. Come on in. I've got to think if you're done for a driving under the influence, if you're done for a DUI, I've got to think that they're going to be like, no, you're not welcome. Yeah. We treasure our moose. We treasure our moose too much. You don't want you banging into them with their vehicles. I just like watching you dance, said Rochelle. Oh, what, in that video thing? I never needed you. Oh, I can't remember what it's from. I think that's from like a kids magazine video. I tend to let loose in those videos a little bit, have a bit more fun. Tends to be some pretty interesting stuff in those kid magazines. I think that one came with an inflatable microphone, which is why I was doing what I was doing. So I'm pretty sure it's from, it is an inflatable microphone, which came out of WWE Kids Magazine, which is, for those wondering why the flip does he keep doing that. If you are all over the road, then you are done drinking and driving. It's very bad, said Michael. To be fair, weed isn't really a drug. Alcohol is worse. Weed is definitely a drug. It might not be like class A, but it's definitely a drug. You're definitely under the influence of something if you're smoking weed, hence why people take it in the first place. So I've got to think that if you're under the influence, I'd have to think if you're under the influence of anything whilst you're driving, that Canada would have a blanket stance on that. I can't imagine it's like, I mean, I understand that you can have like, I don't know what the legal limit is. Like, you can have a beer or something and still be allowed to drive. You're under the influence, but not to a degree where it's going to like affect your driving, or at least it shouldn't affect it to the point where you're crashing. I mean, for me personally, I've always just had zero tolerance. My granddad, used to say that he would never get behind the wheel if he even had a wine gum. And a wine gum, there's no wine in wine gums. That's the joke, right? It's just a candy. I don't even know why they're called wine gums. But he used to say, I wouldn't drive even if I had a wine gum. And I'm just under, it's kind of how I've been brought up, really, is that way. Like, if you're going to drink anything, you don't drive. That's today's lesson, guys. Write that down. If you've got a pen and paper, jot it down. Yeah. If you have anything, don't drive. I got caught riding my bicycle under the influence. What was you on? Was it orange soda? Had too much sugar, did you? You was all over the road, buzzing on sugar. Going down the hill. I can see it now. Mark said, is there any MMA tonight? There isn't. Well, there is, but it's not on until crazy o'clock. I think it's like main card starts at 6 UK time. And in America, that's 1 in the morning. I have no idea why. I don't know why. I never saw an answer as to why they pushed it back so late. Crazy. Robs said, cage match I always think of is the first one I saw between Bruiser Brody, Big John Studs, Butch Reed, and Dusty Rhodes in Tampa. Oh, God, that sounds amazing. I've never even heard of that match. That sounds amazing, though. Old fence style cage. That's really cool. I would have no idea. Maybe there's footage of that. Maybe there is. I don't know. I would have no idea. I've got to. That would be Championship Wrestling in Florida? Would it be? I'd think that'd be Championship Wrestling in Florida. And I mean, I'm guessing that was taped, and it would be somewhere. I think that they did. Did they have any of that on the network? They might have had some. Oh, God, this is where you have to go digging into the network. I never really went into the territory stuff that much, to be honest, because there was enough to old WWE to keep me occupied. So I never really went into, the territories. But that sounds fun. That's the kind of thing that, if you was having dinner or something like that, you could sit down, put that on, and you just get transported to a different world. Florida, 1982. Big name wrestlers, Big John Studs won the Royal Rumble. Dusty Rhodes, father of Cody Rhodes. You can go sit down and just watch something like that. Sounds really good. Really good. Edward said, what does twice removed mean? Like she left the family, came back, and then left again? Isn't twice removed like she's my cousin twice removed? So it's like not that she came back, went again, came back, but it's like 2 lines of family across. I think it's something like that, isn't it? Does Bron do the job and head to SmackDown? I don't think so. He could do, but I don't think so. Just because I don't think the main roster needs him. I don't think we need him. I can't say I'm looking at the main roster thinking, we really need more people here. I mean, we've got so many people around. I mean, obviously Triple H has brought a ton back. So I think there's a chance he could get called up, but if I was booking it, I would personally do it night after WrestleMania. Night after WrestleMania, we always want to go big on those shows, so I would look to do something then. Paperboy is without doubt the hardest game I've ever played, said Forever Reds. Classic. It means cousin's cousin. How many times removed? Simple. It means cousin's cousin times how many times removed. I like how you put simple at the end of that. It means cousin's cousin, however many times removed. Easy, done. Bosh. Sorry, what? Cousin's cousin. Okay. I don't get it. Rob said, Championship Wrestling Florida, Tampa at the Fort Hesterly Armory. First live show I ever went to. My gramps took me and I fell in love with it that night. With the spectacle. Yeah, I missed the spectacle then. I was like, wow, you went to one of your first wrestling shows and you fell in love. Wow. What a night. But you fell in love with the spectacle of it. Got you. Twice removed, she can get the Willy Wonka. Okay, guys, keep it PG. Guys, keep it PG. We've all had a drink. Yeah, we're all had a drink. We're all about to start driving. Let's settle it down. Let's settle it down. Yeah, no talks of Willy Wonkas, please. You made me lol. Retribution, shout out to you, bud. Shout out to you. Hope you're well. Edward said, I might actually have a huge announcement coming soon. Stay tuned. Where do we stay tuned to, Edwards? Where do we need to keep? Where do we watch? Do we watch these streams? Will the announcement be on these streams? Because, I mean, I'm here anyway, so I don't need to do anything. Or do I need to specifically go somewhere? You're a bit too sketchy on your details there, Edward. Dark Knight said, twice removed will be any jerks in here that offend with profanity and spam. Kian said, have you watched the recent episode of The Bump? No. But I did see a little clip from it with Cody, and he started to get upset. He's always getting upset, isn't he? I feel like if ever you met Cody, you could easily just make him cry. You could easily make him cry. All you'd have to say is like, can you believe a Rhodes, his main event in WrestleMania? And he'd be like, I know. Oh, I know. Oh, God. Oh, I think that's all it was today. That's all it was. I think he just started talking about how a Rhodes is going to main event the biggest wrestling show in history. Because obviously, you know, every WrestleMania that comes around is the biggest that's ever happened, right? And actually, in actual fact, I think over the 2 days, this one may actually be the biggest WrestleMania. It's not the biggest wrestling show, though, because it's not going to beat Collision in Korea. So, I mean, I'm sorry, Cody. But you're not doing Collision in Korea numbers. So it's technically not the biggest wrestling show ever. But either way, he said, like, you know, and that was it. He started getting choked up and, like, the waterworks started. I mean, it's touching. It's touching. And, like, you know, you go, you root for him kind of a thing. But what happened to all the big guys that just mash people up? Just too much crying in pro wrestling these days. Way too much crying. So it needs to have a word. This WrestleMania isn't stupendous, though. Good point. Good point. Twice removed means it's not incest. Oh, that's great news. Yay. Guys, say no to incest. The update on the live stream says 1:10:23. It needs to be 2:4:23. It says 1:10. Why would it say 1:10:23? Oh, it does as well. Well spotted. I left it there on purpose. The hell that slipped past. 2:4:23. For all the 1:10:23 fans out there, shout out to all of you. Thank you. Swag Maverick said Cody versus Randy would be a great rivalry if Randy can return. I agree. Is the announcement the one that Alvarez promised? Yeah, and it's imminent. It is imminent. Any seconds? Any second, guys? Do you remember we were sat here like an hour after he had promised that announcement, and we were like, we've got very different ideas as to what the word imminent means. And I believe we're still waiting. Yeah. Believe we're still waiting. It's amazing. I live down the road from, so I know a lot about inbreds, says Kitson. From. Never even heard of it. This thing isn't confirmed, but I'm trying my best to get it across the line. I do know people who know people. Oh, I know people who know people as well. I think there's a lot of people on the stream that know people. I'm pretty sure everyone here knows people. So I know people that know people. So yeah, it's very exciting. Big people. Shout out if you are someone that knows someone. Shout out to you. Hello, Killer Shock. Hope you are well. We've got 25 minutes. We haven't really spoke about the Sami thing. I thought it would be a lot more Sami chatter. It's not as much Sami chatter as what I was expecting. But big, obviously. Fantastic segment last night. I think that it sets up the main event of Elimination Chamber. I was quite surprised the way that it played out. I thought they would end with Sami standing tall and Sami chants. It ended the opposite of that, which was Sami in the corner with Roman standing over him and boos for Roman. I think, the fact they got the crowd, it's weird because they got the crowd chanting, "We want Jay." If I'm Sami, I don't really want the crowd chanting, "We want Jay," to make a save that's not going to be made, I sort of don't want the crowd doing that. I don't really want the crowd chanting for someone that's not there and is not going to be there. I can't say they got it wrong, but it's not the way I would have gone. I think I would have ended it with Sami standing tall and the Sami chants rather than having him beaten down and then the crowd chanting for someone that wasn't there and wasn't going to be there. It does set up next week, though, as to, Jay shouldn't have been there. That was the right call. But it sets up next week now where we don't know what we're going to get with the Usos tag match. So that's going to be interesting. So very much looking forward to seeing that. And, as I said earlier, I don't think Sami wins the titles, but I think there's a good chance he wins the match. My bigger concern is what we do with Sami long term. What do we do with Sami down the road? Because I sort of feel like we've got to get a title on him. We've got to put something on him. There's got to be some satisfying conclusion. Him beating Roman by countout or him beating Roman by DQ, that I don't think is a satisfying conclusion. And there might be some out there saying, well, have him win the tag titles off the Usos. Not sold that that's the satisfying conclusion either. I think I am very much at the point where he has to beat Roman for one of the belts. But I think that's what we're doing with Cody. If Cody wins the belts, both of them at WrestleMania, you then can't do that. You can't do that. And so that then means, what do we do? Sami and Roman, but just no belts involved. They've got quite a predicament here. I saw someone saying what you do is you do the other thing is that you do Sami winning one night, you do Cody winning the other. The other thing I was just thinking then, do you have Sami costing Roman at WrestleMania? I think you definitely have Sami at WrestleMania. I think you definitely have Sami coming down, helping Cody. I think Cody is outnumbered. Oh, this is interesting. I've never really thought about this. I think Cody's outnumbered because of the bloodline. And I think that Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn come down, take out the Usos. I think Cody should be able to overcome, like, say, just Solo. And then he's got to deal with Roman. So it's going to be a Herculean effort still. You could maybe get a third person involved to take out Solo for him. But to be honest, if you can take out the Usos, that's a big part of the problem dealt with. And then that means that it's just really Cody and like, I love the idea of Sami saying to Cody, "Go on," giving him like, because basically the crowd want Sami to be that person. They want Cody as well, but they want Sami to be that person. So if Sami is out there sort of giving his blessing to Cody, if he's out there saying, "Go on, it's your time," then the crowd can see that Sami is all right with not being that guy. Sami is okay with not being that guy. He just wants Roman to not be that guy. That's what Sami wants. It's not Sami would love the belts, and he's going to try to get them at Elimination Chamber. But I think, he's going to be cheated out of them somehow. And then we get to WrestleMania, and Sami and Kevin could help Cody to get those titles. And I love that visual. I love that visual of, the match is underway. It's a close little match. Then you get the outside interference, and it looks like, it's going to be same old story again. But oh my God, here's Kevin, here's Sami. They come down, even up the scores. Sami is yelling to Cody to finish the job. Cody manages to grab Roman and hit a crossroads. Get another one, hit another crossroads. You got Sami bouncing around on the outsides. Usos are down. Kevin's brawling away with Solo. And then Cody goes for the pin and that moment, if it is the 1, 2, 3 in that moment, it could be biblical. Biblical. They'll be writing about that moment for years to come. That could be very sweet. The only downside is, what do you do with Sami after that? I mean, it would imply that you do Roman, Sami, one-on-one, and maybe, Sami gets a clean win, but Sami wouldn't be getting no belts then, would he? No belt. It'll be Sami no belts. Sami no belts. Remember, we had Becky 2 belts. We had Bayley DOS straps. It would be Sami no belts. It's just not very satisfying, is it? It's not very satisfying. So it's tricky. It is tricky to book. Lots of moving parts. I think it's one of those where if you sit down, really give yourself some time, and like play out loads of different eventualities, you could come up with something that works. There's definitely a way forward with all these moving parts. There's definitely a way forward. It's not like, well, if we do that, that doesn't work. Well, if we do that, that doesn't work. There's definitely a way that you can make these pieces fit, but it's a little tricky. Ben said, what if Goldust comes down to help with the bloodline, watch his brother win and go and celebrate that? Okay, I tell you, what if Goldust nails one of them from the crowd? He doesn't even need to come down, because surely he'll just be at ringside anyway in the crowd. He could have a Tyson Fury moment. Do you remember when Fury stood up, knocked out Austin Theory? Imagine if, like, one of the Usos goes over to grab a chair. Bang! Goldust smacks him in the head. Down he goes. Goldust is standing, like, still behind the barricades, but he smacks one of the Usos. That Uso goes down. Then you've got, because in all fairness, One Shot's probably not dropping solo, so it's probably going to have to be one of the Usos. And then maybe Sami and Thingy can deal with the other two. I love that. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. I love that idea of having Goldust involved. It's just he won't be allowed to be involved from Tony Khan. That's the only problem. I have said before, though, who cares? is my approach. I've just run the numbers here, and who cares? Who cares if he's not allowed to be involved? We're talking about one of the biggest moments in his family's history. If Cody winning the world title, I mean, it's one thing Cody being like, NWA world champ and whatever. It's something else to win a belt that no Rhodes has won before, and a belt that even his dad tried to get and his dad couldn't get. So for Cody to get to that level, Goldust couldn't do it. I think Goldust being involved, it's just one of those. It's got to happen. Got to be involved. Goldust is going to be there. There's no way that you're going to stop Goldust from going. No way. I don't believe anything can stop him from being there. It's just how involved is he going to allow to be? Like, is he going to allow to be on camera, or strictly has he got to just be in the heavens watching and not be allowed on camera? Is he allowed to throw a shot? I mean, all of these things, I think probably not. Probably not. Which is such a shame, because like I don't get, Tony Khan is all about opening the forbidden doors and all this kind of stuff. But if AEW aren't going to benefit from it, if Goldust is not going to be advertised as an AEW super, I mean, like, he wants AEW to be recognized at WrestleMania. That's what he wants. He wants that recognition on the grandest stage. WWE are not going to do that. They're not going to do that. So it's one of those. It's a decision of, do you upset the Rhodes family? Do you hold them back? I mean, I just think give them that moment. Give wrestling fans that moment. I mean, it's surely it's going to be bad PR for Tony if he prevents it. If he takes, like, Dustin being involved away from that story and from wrestling fans, that's going to be bad PR. The truth is going to come out afterwards about WWE approached and they were told you can't use him and stuff like this. So, yeah, I'd love to see Dustin involved in some way, any way. Even if it's just after Cody wins, he goes over and embraces him. And as I said, if I'm Dustin, I'm doing that. I'm front row. I'm hard cam side. You can't really see me. But, a bit like, do you remember when Ric Flair retired? He went over to his family and, like, you saw Charlotte and you saw his family in the front row and you had that nice moment. Something along those lines. They weren't really a focus. And we didn't even know Charlotte at the time. She wasn't an active star. She wasn't in wrestling, I don't believe. WrestleMania 24. But like Ric Flair, you can see Charlotte in the crowd at WrestleMania 24 when Ric Flair goes over after he retires and she's in tears and all that. Yeah, just do something like that. Just do something like that at the very least. I know a person who knows a person, said Killer Shock, who knows another person. Guys, we are so good at knowing people. We are the best. This community is the best at knowing people. Neftali said, I want Bobby Roode to beat Gunther for the Intercontinental. I mean, I can't see it happening. I think you would have to really have a big future plans for Roode. I think whoever beats Gunther for the Intercontinental, they're going to get, obviously, a good push. Bobby Roode definitely could benefit and could use a push like that. But what are our long-term plans going to be? Like, if you haven't really got any long-term plans for Bobby Roode, then he's probably not the right person to put in that position. I could see it more being someone like Johnny Gargano, to be honest. I think Johnny is someone that was capable of putting on amazing main event matches down in NXT. For me, he is Mr. NXT. I know a lot of people would say it's Adam Cole. A lot of people would say maybe Finn Balor. Some people might say that it's Bailey. For me, it's Johnny. I think Johnny's Mr. NXT. Well, I mean, it's Triple H, actually, but maybe William Regal. But competitive star-wise, I think Johnny. So I personally would go with Johnny. I think Johnny's going to need a big moment like that. Solo against Gunther. That would be amazing, YouTube fan. That would be amazing. What happens with Roman after Mania? It really depends where we are. It depends if there's a nice bow on everything and everything is done and dusted, then he might go away. I really expect him to go away once this run is done. I think what we're seeing now is the defining part of Roman's career. I don't think we do something else and bigger after this. I think this is the pinnacle. I think this title run, this historic title run, is the pinnacle of Roman's career. And after this, I think he works a reduced schedule, and I think he starts looking at Hollywood. So, and I think that's going to leave a big gap in WWE for a superstar to, come through. It's going to be exciting because Cody could be that person. Seth is someone that is very frustrated at being the macho man to Roman's Hulk Hogan. So he very much wants that spotlight. It's going to be very similar to 93 when we saw Hogan depart. So Hulk Hogan went away in 93, and then we had to find someone new. Obviously, WWE were looking at the likes. They'd already had a little look at the likes of Bret. Bret had been champion. I sort of feel like you could compare Seth to Bret, but they didn't really go with Bret. I mean, he was certainly around and always present, but they tried Lex Luger, didn't they? They tried Lex Luger. It didn't work, and they ended up going back to Bret. But then not long after, along came Diesel. They tried Diesel, and that didn't really work. And so they went back to Bret. We had a little look at Undertaker, obviously, who was always there. But he was never going to be the guy. They were never going to have him as, like, he was an attraction. Very much like Bray. It's very similar. It's very, very similar. Right now, we've got Roman, who's the Hogan in that equation. You could compare Seth maybe to Bret, someone that we can always go back to, but seemingly they just don't want him to be the face of the company, the guy. They always want someone bigger. They're looking for a bigger guy. And so, we tried Lex Luger. We tried Diesel. We tried Psycho Sid. We went through these lists we brought Vader in. We had a little look at Vader. That didn't really work. Whilst we were trying some of these bigger guys, and we were looking at Bret, we were having a little look at Shawn Michaels. I wonder if the Shawn Michaels in this equation is going to be Cody. I wonder if Cody could be like the Shawn and Seth could be the Bret. I mean, they've already had 3 matches against each other in quite an epic rivalry last year. It does feel very much like this mirrors that time back in the 90s where it's all about the Hogan, it's all about Roman. But as soon as they walk away, there's going to be this real scrum to try and get to the top, this fight, this brawl to find out who's the next guy, who's the face of this company. And, you know, we've got someone like Gable Steveson that's going to come in. I think it's going to be pushed to the moon. But I don't think he'll get there straight away. It's going to take him a bit of time. I think Seth's going to try and get that spot. I think Cody is going to try and get that spot. And Gunther won't be the face of the company. Gunther's a monster heel. He is someone that is going to be around the main event scene. He'll carry the belt for a time. I've no doubt Gunther will be WWE champion. Not a single part of me doubts that. He will win that belt. He will win the Universal, WWE, whatever, right? Gunther's name, it's guaranteed, right? It's guaranteed. You can put your house on it, right? Gunther will win one of those belts, if not both of those belts, and could even be a multiple-time champion. But he's only going to ever carry those belts so that he can drop them to the next babyface, the next face of the company. He's only ever going to come in and win the belts so that he can pass them to the next babyfaces. You know, if you think in the history of WWE, Roman's quite unique in the sense of he's the face of the company and he's a heel. Like, if you think about faces of the company, they were never really heels. Bruno wasn't a heel. Hogan wasn't a heel. John Cena wasn't a heel. Rock kind of flirted back and forth a little bit. Stone Cold wasn't a heel until the turn in like 2001, which you can argue he was sort of getting towards the end then of his time. Little did we know. But, and that heel turn didn't work anyway. But yeah, I mean, like Roman being a heel at the moment is very unusual. So the face of the company, you would imagine, is going to be a baby face. And I think it's going to need to be someone that's got a bit of size. This is why I don't know that Cody's going to be he will be for a short time. This is why Cody and Seth being compared to Brett and Shawn, I think is actually quite apt. I think it's quite apt. I can see them both having the same sort of impact, which is Hall of Fame, deserve a statue, you know, absolute top tier. Well, maybe just a step below top tier. Because top tier could be Hogan, it could be Bruno, it could be John Cena, it could be Roman Reigns. Do you put Brett and Shawn in that bracket? Or are they just one step below? For me, they might just be one step below. Because they were never really trusted with the ball. They were given the ball, but then the ball was taken off them again quite quickly afterwards. They were never given, you know, the sort of reign that Roman has just had, or the sort of reign that Hogan had, or the sort of reigns that we saw John Cena having. Like, they were given the ball, but it was taken away again. Yeah, this is good, but let's try something else. So, and I feel like Cody and Seth could be that way as well. It's interesting, isn't it? Days, how are you? What's the tweet that Brian said is imminent? We're still waiting. Still waiting, mate. So it should be any time, though. Anytime. He said imminent. So big news, imminent, and still waiting. Lots of people are posting that they want Bray to be released after the segment last night and how stale the story is going. Oh, I haven't seen that. There was one thing I got sent, which I thought was good. Apologies, I've said this before. When I get sent tweets, I obviously read who sends the tweet and then I'll read the thing. But the thing that sticks with me is what the tweet said. So I didn't write it down. So I can't give the credit, but I am bad at that. I'm really bad at that. I do try to give credit, but I just am really bad at like writing it down. Normally because I'm not sat here, I normally see it on my phone. So I don't actually have like really anywhere to write anything down. But anyway, I'll tell you what they said. They said Bray did an interview with WWE on Fox. And in that interview, he said he never watched himself back. He doesn't like watching himself back. He doesn't feel comfortable. He always thinks that he can do better. So he doesn't watch himself back. And the only thing that we were shown on SmackDown was Bray watching himself back. So this person was like, that could either say that Bray feels that this is his best work, right? That could be a subconscious message of, I can't beat this. This is the best I'm doing. This is the best I can do. Like, it could be like a seal of approval from the man himself. Or it could be that it's just a subliminal way of him telling us that, you know, he's a liar, basically. He said just the other day in an interview he never watches himself back. And then on SmackDown, he is purposefully sat there watching himself back. So it could be a subliminal way, a little Easter egg, if you will, of him basically confirming that he is a liar. And there he is watching himself back. So I really like that. I like that because that segment, I mean, there was really not that much to it. I haven't seen really anyone getting in touch saying, oh, did you know? Because when you watch it, you go, did I miss a QR code? Like, did I miss, like, was there something on the screen that I should have seen? Or, like, you feel like you missed something. I had no one getting in touch with me saying, like, did you notice this? Did you notice that? There was one person that said, did you notice the marking on the back of the chair? Which I did look at, and I don't think there was anything there, to be honest. I don't think the marking was anything. It looked like a Pac-Man. It just looked like there was a symbol or something that had fallen off, and the chair looked a bit old and beaten up. And I can't say that looked to me like it was anything. But I did like that. I did like that theory about Bray sitting there looking and watching himself back. I thought that was very interesting. Wrestle with Andy, shout out to you, said Scripps is the Shawn and Wendy Chu is the Bret Hart. Come on. That's true, actually, because we haven't seen Scripps in a while, so there is every chance he's lost his smile. Scripps. I don't know what I mean. Like, even the segments that we had of him have gone away. I can only imagine they've looked at it and gone, yeah, that didn't work. I can only imagine that's what's happened. Because why would you bring him in and like do stuff with him and do little vignettes and then do nothing for weeks? I know he didn't have anything at Vengeance Day. Equally, why didn't he have some at Vengeance Day? If you've got, don't forget, the way they brought him in was with these cryptic messages. No one is going to be safe in NXT. I'm here to expose the truth, and the truth will always hurt. And all this kind of stuff. They brought him in, then he comes in, looks like a fool, does some air writing, like one of those aeroplanes, and then that was it. So I've got to think that they've abandoned it. I've got to think that they've either abandoned it or they're looking at a repackage. Something. Honestly, he's lost his pen. He's lost his pen. Yes. Wrestle with Andy. Shout out to you. He's where's my invisible pen gone? oh, it's just there. Oh my God, it's just there. Where's the pen? Yeah, we'll have to see, won't we? Perhaps he'll turn up tonight during the cage match. Wow. I'd love to see Sami be elevated to the HBK role of this era. He's got similar promo skills and wrestling skills, says Chris. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, he hasn't been that level, as he has not been around the top end of the card. But as you said, could now be the time where he gets elevated to that role. Maybe. I just worry that crowd are right behind him. I think undoubtedly he's a bigger star now than he's been before on the main roster. And the crowd are definitely with him. But my concern is that this is going to cool. Like, you can't maintain this. You know, look at Becky. She couldn't maintain the man, thing. It's you can't do it. It's really hard to maintain this unless you are booked to maintain it. And really, then you are booked to be the guy. John Cena, even Cena was getting "Let's go Cena, Cena sucks" chants. Hulkamania was crazy and available. There wasn't as many pay-per-views, obviously, to back then. So I think a lot of Hulkamania kind of played out on TV, and that TV's a little bit hidden away. I think if you're into wrestling or just get into wrestling, you probably go back, watch the old WrestleManias, and you probably do that work. Research, go back in and see the history of it all. But I don't know that you will see all of Hulkamania because a lot of it played out on TV and it's a bit hidden away in it, really. But that was crazy. Hulkamania, I mean, they kept that red hot for a long time. They did a fantastic job with that. I just don't know if you're going to be able to keep this going for a long time. Feels like now is the time to strike with Sami, which is why Montreal is going to be crazy. And that crowd, the Montreal crowds, they really get behind their superstars. Like that Elimination Chamber, it's not that far away. It's a couple of weeks away. It's going to be a monster show. Honestly, I know it's a B show. It's not like the Rumble. It's not like WrestleMania or SummerSlam. But that main event, I mean, it's really going to be a big deal. Right? Kickoff show has begun. The NXT Vengeance Day kickoff show. We got Matt Camp. We got Sam Roberts. We don't have any advertised match for the kickoff show. We got 6 matches tonight. I would imagine we're probably going to go 3 hours around that sort of time. So I'd imagine we'll go about 3 hours. We've already run through the card. It looks a good card. Only a half an hour kickoff show. I think these are just going to be video packages. Maybe the odd little interview. Obviously, anything that happens, we're going to talk about it. But NXT Vengeance Day looks like it's going to be a good one. Roman isn't going to lose before Mania, said Sandman. How did you find out WWE was scripted, said Keaton. I never worked it out. I know there's a lot of people that say they managed to work it out. I didn't, right? I'll hold my hands up. I didn't work it out. I watched it, loved it. I remember my cousin. My cousin was like, I was young. My cousin was like a few years older than me. And I used to see him like once every few weeks or something. He got me into wrestling. He was just messing around. I distinctly remember him telling me like, they're all robots. I think he found out about it being scripted, but he didn't want to tell me it was scripted. But he still wanted to tell me that it wasn't real, but he didn't want to tell me it wasn't real. It was a weird situation that he was in. Like, he'd found out the truth, but he knew that by telling me it would ruin things. So he didn't want to do that, but equally, he couldn't not tell me. So he said that, like, do you know they're all robots? And I was like, they're not robots. What are you on about? Right, I mean, I was never buying that. Yeah, I was never falling for that. And he's like, yeah, the robots. The robot, like, what you want, it's not real. They're all robots. He didn't want to tell me it was fake and that they were scripted, but equally he couldn't not because he was a kid. So he was like, yeah, it's not real. They're robots. They're all robots. They're not robots. And then eventually, like, 10 minutes later, it was like, it's all scripted. But I must admit, when he said that, I was like, it's not scripted. When he said it was robot, I mean, he had literally just told me they were all robots. So I knew they weren't robots. And then he's telling me it's scripted. I'm like, it's not scripted. But then once he says that, you can't help but watch it and go. And then you start to notice the odd little bit and you go, that didn't look normal. That didn't look right. And then, over time, you just sit in it. So no one, well, my cousin did, but I can't remember it being like it was more like a gradual thing. But I distinctly remember my cousin telling me they were all robots. Idiot. What is this, Mackenzie Mitchell? NXT is doing everything they can to prevent anything from happening in regards to, I think, Bron and Grayson attacking. Oh, is it? No, Carmelo and Apollo. Oh, Carmelo and Apollo. Carmelo and Apollo. I thought we were talking about Bron and Grayson. These two bumping into each other at a hotel. Arguing in the lobby from NXT Anonymous. Right, so we're just looking at how this came about. Pikachu is actually a very diseased old man. Oh, dear. If Bron loses, he'll be called up to the main roster, said Thomas. Austin, hello. Sandman said, 1 more year of Roman as champ is still on the table. Edward said, I do just want to say this isn't the announcement, but I did get my ex pregnant, but she lost it. And I'm telling the truth. That's why I've not been around. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, Edward. That's pretty heavy stuff to have to deal with. Welcome back, though. Brad said, not going to lie, I really want Cody to win. But if you really think about it, if Roman does beat Cody, it would make him the ultimate heel, and he will then be in legit God mode. Huffspot, I don't mind us waiting. The only thing is, if you're not going to do it at WrestleMania, when are you going to do it? Because it would have to be SummerSlam. Because it's got to be a big show. You can't put the belt on Cody in like a 20,000 arena. Like when the boyhood dream comes true, it's got to be Pyro Stadium. You know, WrestleMania feels like the place to do that. I mean, granted, WrestleMania, SoFi Stadium, it's going to be, I don't know how many thousand. You're not going to be able to, even SummerSlam's not going to match that. But it's going to be the closest we can get. I just think they're going to do it. They're going to pull the trigger. I just think Cody doing it, fireworks going off, all this kind of stuff. It'd be amazing if they swerve it. There was a swerve once, well, a few times, of course. But do you remember, was it WrestleMania 34? Main event of that, I think, was Roman Brock. Well, wasn't it always? Roman Brock. And I think they had Brock win. The main event of 34, I'm a bit sketchy on, to be honest. That's one of those I need to go back. The only thing I remember about 34 really is Asuka Charlotte and my heart breaking. But I think the main event of that was Roman Brock. And I think I remember doing the watch along for it. I'm sure we did the watch along. And I remember us getting to it being a bit like, not bothered about this. Not bothered about this. This match, like, you know, who cares? Roman wins. And then Brock won. And we were like, oh, well, that's a surprise, isn't it? People still hated it. People were still down on it. People didn't really want that as the main event. But I'm sure there was a little cheeky swerve in there that people weren't expecting. Obviously, the big swerve would be maybe Brock ending the streak. That's probably the most shocking moment in maybe wrestling history, certainly WWE history for me. And I think, honestly, if you don't have Cody win, that it would be right up there. I think everyone, I mean, I feel fairly confident that when we get to WrestleMania predictions, I feel fairly confident that if you watch What Culture, Wrestle Talk, Cultaholic, whoever you might watch, I'm guessing that we're all going to be predicting Cody winning. Because it just seems like the place for it to happen, isn't it, in front of all of those people. So it'd be a hell of a swerve. Hell of a swerve. I could only imagine that they'll pull the trigger then at SummerSlam instead. Which I think would very much divide opinion, because even though it's going to be a big stadium show, it's still kicking the can down the road a little and doing it at a smaller... It's not like we're kicking the can down the road to do it at a bigger event. Could you imagine if like SummerSlam was first and then WrestleMania? That would make more sense then. Then you'd be like, okay, makes sense to maybe delay it and then do it at WrestleMania. But to not do it at WrestleMania so you can do it at SummerSlam is a bit strange. SummerSlam's still a big show, though. It's still a big show. It's not WrestleMania, but it's still a big, big show. I found out wrestling was scripted about 13. I found out after the Punk pipe bomb was scripted only a few years ago. I didn't believe it at first, as I like Punk too much to believe it was scripted, said Brad. Days, WWE confirmed cage match is pinfall and submission only. No escaping the cage. I like that, actually. I like that. I like the no escaping the cage. I was talking about that earlier, about how I went back and watched Bret Owen, and people love Bret Owen in the cage. So I'm not here to try and throw shade, right? But I went back and watched it. I think it was part of this watch along, and you know, I mean, look, it's a classic. If you've never seen it, you'll love it. But if you've seen it, a lot of that match is just them trying to get out the cage. That's all it is. And once you know who wins, you sort of go, well, I know he ain't gonna get out. Like there's no like the drama's not there. So this like pinfall submission, this means it's gonna be a proper match inside a cage. Try and keep people out. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I don't need to see people trying to climb out and climb over the top of the cage and whatever, and then being thwarted and all of that kind of stuff. I much prefer this. I think it'd be good actually if they put top on the cage as well. I think cage matches in the territories, they used to have tops on cages. It's only really the Hell in a Cell that you get like the top on. But it'd be pretty cool if they put the top on a steel cage match. It'd be pretty cool. That should properly keep people out then. Well, this is a novel idea. What if we actually properly tried to keep people out? What if we, do you know what I mean? Imagine the idiot that must have sat down, right? The absolute idiot that must have sat down in kayfabe, sat down and went, we need to keep people out, right? There's too much outside interference. What should we do? I know. Cage match. Brilliant idea. We'll put a cage all the way around and we'll put a roof on. No roof. No roof. No, we don't need a roof. Pretty sure we need a roof. Hey, trust me. People will respect the cage. As soon as they come running down to the ring and they see a cage, they won't just think to climb it, right? Because that's a lot of work, isn't it? They'll just be like, no, I can't be bothered with that. And we don't need a roof. Are you sure we don't need the roof? No, we don't. Imagine in kayfabe, that's a conversation that must have happened at some point in the history of WWE. Of course you need a roof. You want to keep people out. Of course you need a roof. So I sort of think like, why don't we just try that? Why don't we just try a proper cage all the way over and door is padlocked and like we just properly lock them in. No escape. Get it done. I know people will say, yeah, well, people will come down with bolt cutters and all this kind of stuff. But what if they just don't? What if we say, if you come down with bolt cutters, you're immediately fired, right? And we just have two people inside a cage battling against each other. I mean, that could just be awesome. It could be awesome. Just these two people locked inside a cage, bit of blood as well. Just a little bit of blood. Do you know what I mean? Hurling each other into the cage, little bit of blood in there. I just think, like, there is a way of, like, making cage matches, like, really exciting. I mean, to be honest, I'm pretty excited about tonight's anyway. But you can never rule out someone getting involved, you know, because they don't put roofs. Don't put roofs on cages in WWE. Pretty mental. I never understand as well why they don't, like, suspend and fire people that come down to the ring and interfere. I've said that before. Again, you know, these are the sort of things you just have to go with in WWE. These are the sort of things I think maybe if you're new to wrestling, it can be a bit not hard to understand, but I can understand why people are like, why don't they just fire people that come down to the ring? And it's like, it's not really an answer for that, is there? They just don't. They just love the carnage. Carnage is ratings, and so they love the carnage. That's all you have to tell yourself. You're describing UFC. No, well, UFC doesn't have a roof, but in all fairness, UFC, that's not really to keep people out, is it? It's that's not really why the cage is there. You should be scared. I have something on my shoulder. That's assuming it was to keep people out and not to keep the competitors, like the cowardly heels, in. Yeah, but even if you want to keep the competitors in, you would need a roof. Wouldn't you? If you want to keep people, if you've got a cowardly heel that runs away, same conversation. Should we put a roof on it? Nah, the heels will respect the fact that they're in a cage. They won't. We don't need a roof on it. The cage keeps Khabib's team out, said Alexander the Great. The swerve at WrestleMania will be Roman versus Cody is only for the WWE Championship. Bum, bum, bum. Barbed wire wouldn't stop Moxley. He would run at that head first. Oh, barbed wire is an invitation to Jon Moxley. If you've got some barbed wire, yeah, oh, you basically just invited Jon Moxley around your house. That's what you've done. He loves it. Right now, they're just doing this is interesting, doing their picks for the triple threat match. Sam has gone with Gigi. Matt, at the moment, is making a case for someone. He's gone with Roxanne. And apparently I like this, a clever idea. The WWE Universe has picked Roxanne. So I've gone with Roxanne winning tonight's triple threat as well. We're 14 minutes away. If you are just joining us, 14 minutes away from the start of Vengeance Day. I reckon it's going to be about 3 hours. And as you said, should be a good show. Mark said, what channel is NXT on? In the UK, it's on the WWE network. Days at my course, I got picked out for wearing a Bloodline shirt and got told WWE and wrestling is fake and it's for babies. I said so is Marvel and everything else on TV. I'm in God mode nowadays. Knight Rider said WCW did have a War Games match years ago with the electric chair. Yes. That was mental, wasn't it? That was mental. That was mental if you think about it. I've got a feeling we're going to get a debut tonight. Maybe Dragon Lee or a return, either Mandy or even Dragoon. I don't know who Draguno is. Is that like a more extreme game of Uno? Draguno. Dragon Lee is signed, so Dragon Lee. Normally at these events, you get someone in the crowd. One of them moments. Normally you get that. I could see maybe Dragon Lee doing that. They might even do something different and have like Dragon Lee come running down or something. But I think Dragon Lee's a really good shout. He's signed, isn't he? So yeah, why not? This is the sort of show that you would definitely look to do that on. I want Sami to beat Roman. What about you? Said Keaton. I mean, I do. I absolutely do. The only problem is if he does, what does that mean for Cody? That's the only problem. Cody is the problem. Because if Sami beats Roman, that then means we get Sami versus Cody at WrestleMania. And people aren't going to want Sami to lose the belts, but people are also going to want Cody to win the belts. So you're really putting the fans in a very difficult position. And to be honest, you just don't want to put them in that position. So I cannot see Sami leaving with those belts. Can't see him leaving with the belt. He could win the match by DQ, count out, but I just can't see any way he leaves with the belts. Could he leave with one belt? Maybe, but the only problem with that is they haven't announced that. At the moment, it's been announced for both titles. So I don't know why now we would pivot and change and just make it for one title. I think it becomes, if they change it and it becomes Roman versus Sami for the Universal Championship, I think all of a sudden that might change a few opinions and predictions, because then people will be like, he's going to lose that, and then he'll drop WWE to Cody at WrestleMania. But at the moment, that's not it, is it? Right now, it's both belts on the line. We could get a twist where Sami is about to win. Kevin Owens hits him with the Montreal Screwjob, and then we get Sami Kevin at WrestleMania. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. It just keeps coming back to the same thing, though. How do we get Sami to the title? Do you know what I mean? What is the end goal? We used to talk about this the other day, and we said, is the end goal maybe Elimination Chamber? Maybe Elimination Chamber is the end goal where Sami gets to fight Roman for the belts, and the fact that he is going to do that is the end goal. Anything that comes after is just bonus ball. But I think, WWE have got us to the point now where we want Sami to be victorious. I don't think I'm alone in that. I think a lot of people want to see Sami get that opportunity and get the titles. So I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it? I don't mind the idea of Kevin costing Sami, and then we do Sami and Kevin at WrestleMania. But I'm more interested in what do we do after that. What do we do after that? I could see us getting Sami to a title eventually. Maybe this is just going to have to be a long game. And, it's just going to be where we're just going to have to keep, investing in Sami and try and keep him as hot as possible. And then, there will always be a time where we're going to need a babyface to get a title off, say, Gunther. Gunther's got the belts, and some babyface is going to have to beat him. And, we could always turn to Sami then, but we might be looking at WrestleMania 40. I mean, honestly, if Triple H seriously wanted to book something very, very special, he could go with Cody this year, and then he could go with Sami at 40, and he could spend 12 months putting a really good story together. There is actually someone in charge of long-term booking now. You could go up to him and go, right, I want Sami to be crowned champion at WrestleMania 40. I want the place to be going banana, and I want a really compelling long-term story between WrestleMania 39 and WrestleMania 40, and it's your job to give me that story and to make it compelling and twists and turns and all this kind of stuff. I mean, to be honest, that'd be such an interesting project to be given. I'd love to get my teeth into that. We ain't doing it now, but that could be very interesting. We got Kiana and we got Fallon backstage. Obviously, these two on the same page. If you want to win the titles tonight, you two need to start listening to each other. So we got Briggs and Jensen giving some advice to Fallon and Kiana. They're going to be taking on Katana and Kayden. Katana, Kayden, Fallon, Kiana. Where's the Alices and the Sallys and the Barbaras gone in the world? We got Gallus, we got New Day, we got Pretty Deadly, we got Chase U. That's the one. That's the one. Come on, Chase U. I'm right behind Chase U in this one. Come on, Chase U. We're backstage with the New Day. Triple Crown Champs. Triple Crown Champs. We've got Xavier and we've got Kofi, new shirt. We are at Vengeance Day. I love their shirts. They're Triple Crown Champs. That's a nice shirt, man. Just image, black and white, looks really cool. Joy Marie, shout out to you. Logan eliminated Seth at the Royal Rumble, but Bobby was eliminated by Seth. Will Bobby want to fight Seth at WrestleMania, or will Bobby go after Theory's belt? I don't think Bobby and Seth will go up against each other. I think Logan and Seth is the plan. They sort of hinted at it as well on Monday, because backstage, I think it was Kathy Kelly interviewed Seth and said, like, you was eliminated by Logan. How do you feel about that? And he just sort of walked off. So that's clearly not something that they're dropping. Plus also Bobby is involved in a bit of an angle with Brock. You could also argue that he's involved in a little summit with Theory and the United States belt. I think Bobby's got enough on his plate. The great thing about the Rumble, though, is that because people get eliminated by people, you can always use that as a reason for a feud. So, you know, if Seth and Logan doesn't come off for whatever reason, I think it will. If it doesn't come off for whatever reason, then, you know, you can always pivot and do Bobby and Seth. But, oh, here we go. We've got Thea Hale. We got Chase U outside. They are in Charlotte, North Carolina. They're freezing. They're outside. They're in the cold. So Andre Chase is giving a passionate talk to Duke Hudson, who's freezing by the looks of it. Thea Hale screaming away. Duke Hudson just screaming outside. Ah! The Spectrum Center. Come on, Chase U. Chase U are doing it tonight. Hayden is behind Chase U. Chase U. There's no roof on my house. It got blown away, said Killer Shot. Sounds like you're living in a steel cage. A WWE steel cage. There's no roof on them either. I hope that's not true, by the way. I hope you do have a roof. Shout out to you, Killer Shot. Who have you got winning tonight? Lewis or Spivak? Lewis feels like he's done. I mean, he's still got that power, seemingly, but he just doesn't seem to be able to land the punch now. This is the kind of thing that Lewis should walk in the past. I don't think he will. I'm leaning to Spivak now. I'm leaning to Spivak. There is a lot back at NXT that are sat down watching the action tonight. So we're seeing a lot of... they all look a bit glum, don't they? They don't look like they're sat there celebrating. They're watching this on the WWE network, but they're all looking a little bit glum. Come on, guys. Cheer up. Cheer up. Gunther needs a big match at Mania. He is super hot, said Nathan. Well, he's not my type. He's not... I mean, listen, Nathan, each to our own. But I think he's in a relationship with Ginny. He was. I don't know if he still is. Give him a call. Give him a call. See what he says. But yeah, he is. He will as well. They, as I said, he'll get to world champion. I got no doubts about that. Not for WrestleMania, but at some point. I need to watch this match in March in Prestige. Aja King against Masha Slamovich. Never heard of... I've heard of Masha Slamovich, but I've never heard of Aja King. But I found out wrestling was scripted when I saw a YouTube video of Dolph and Cody throwing fake punches and moves that didn't connect. After that, I gave up on wrestling and I didn't watch the streak end. Oh... hear me out. At the Chamber, Roman is murdering Sami. He gets momentum. Sami goes for the haluva, hits it, goes to cover. Jay comes from nowhere, super kicks him. Roman wins. Could do, yeah. Yep. Jay interfering. Kieran said the Euro shop. Do you know why items there are limited compared to the American one? Do you know any workarounds? No. So I think it's limited because it's a different warehouse. It's based in the UK. So WWE Shop obviously is based in America. Euro Shop is based in the UK. So it's a different warehouse and they just don't carry as many lines. So it's more limited as a result of that. I think you can order from WWE Shop and get it sent to the UK. Because I've been on WWE Shop and they... seemingly have their cost of all the items will be I'm trying to think what the word is, changed over to pounds and converted. That's the word I wanted. Converted over to pounds. So I think you can order, but then I think you run the risk of import charges and things along those lines. But all of that's a little bit sketchy, to be honest. I don't know what the costs are there, but if you're buying a lot, you're going to pay a lot more. Simple as that. So I would say, it's best to get your vast majority from Euroshop if you're in the UK. But if there are bits that you really do want, I think you can get them ordered and sent over still from WWE Shop. But there is no press this button, do this, and it'll do it. That doesn't exist. They're two different warehouses. What do you recommend getting from WWE Shop? Well, guys, if you are buying anything from WWE Shop, then if you use the link in the description, then a small percentage does go to help the channel, and that is greatly appreciated. No extra cost to you. Lovely. You get to help the channel and still get the items that you want. Sadly, they haven't given us any sort of discount codes, but they did get in touch with me and say here's this link and we'll just see how it goes type thing. So I think the more that it gets used, the more that it people do use it, the more they're sort of open to things. But if people don't use it, then that doesn't really give me much of a negotiating chip. So I think it really depends how often it gets used. So it's there anyway. It's in the description. I do need to find better ways of making it more easily accessible, as I keep saying. What do I recommend from it? I mean, I did a video on WWE Shop and some of the good stuff that was on there. Personally, I think you've always just got to look at some of the new shirts. I think the new Sami one looks pretty cool. I think that's quite nice. I do like the New Day one that we just saw as well. I don't mind talking about like Euroshop or WWE Shop because these are things that I genuinely do think look good. You know, I'm not going to sit here and start talking to you about like mobile games that I'm never going to play. But like the stuff from WWE Shop, like there's some good stuff there. And they do a lot of like signed things as well. I must admit, I have been looking. So I don't know that I've got a Sami autograph, but Sami's red hot right now, and I'd really love to get a Sami autograph. So you can get like autographed items. They sell a lot of autograph stuff on WWE Shop now. So I don't know. It's each their own, and it depends what you're looking for. Oh, hello, Charlotte. Hello, Charlotte. NXT is back on the road. We've got Charlotte saying a few words. She's not actually there. She's just part of the intro. Yeah, I mean, look, there'll be some NXT stuff from WWE Shop. Shame there's not a Thea Hale. If there was a Thea Hale shirt. Charlotte talking about various champions. She said from one champion to another. She talks about Roxanne Perez. She talks about Bron Breakker. Talks about some toxic vultures. This is nicely filmed. Look, Charlotte's actually there with these superstars. She's just stood next to Roxanne. She's not actually in the building. But she is wherever they filmed this intro. It looks good. Really good. Tonight, 3. Chase you. Come on, chase you. Pretty on the outside, but deadly in the ring. My favorite spots are Seth's spots are Randy reversing Seth's stomp, Dolph and Dean cashing in their money in the banks, and Edge's return after 9 years, says Brad. Lackin and Reeves said, I think Roxanne is going to retain tonight. Vengeance Day from Charlotte, North Carolina. Makes sense, doesn't it? She's going through the whole card here. Talking about Fallon and Kiana. This has a Sunday night football feel with Charlotte doing this, said Zoom Station. Come on, Chase you. Make him humble. Yes. Dijak staring to Wes Lee. Apollo. Carmelo. She's actually stood there with the two stood next to her. She's like, no. I love this intro. I absolutely love it. It's probably getting me like even more hyped for this. If it is based on American football, then yeah, brilliant. This is Vengeance Day. She killed that. That was great. WWE NXT Vengeance Day. Here we go. We go over to the arena. And, I mean, it looks full. The whole bottom part of it looks full. Got, look at this. Loads of people. People everywhere. He's got a new Sami Uso shirt on. Here's Booker T. Is excited. Shucky ducky quack quack. Shucky ducky quack quack. Right, here we go then. We are underway with our first match, which is this Kayden? Don't even know who this is. Wes Lee. It was like dance music, so I was like, is this Kayden and thingy? But it's Wes Lee. So North American chat, this is probably the match I'm the least excited for, to be honest. So let's get it done. Get him out there. Get it done. Wes Lee versus Dijak. Coming up first for the North American Championship. This is great in a bigger venue. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it does. It feels so... I feel like I'm watching some, like, really significant... It looks like they've blacked out the top part, so it looks like there's no one sat in the top sections. It looks like everyone's in the lower bowl. But the lower... I mean, like, honestly... If that's 5,000 people, if that really is only 5,000 people, it feels at least double that. It looks rammed. So it looks great. It looks impressive. It had a great open. We're starting with Wes Lee against Dijak. I mean, they're not even hiding the hard cam sides. It's not like everyone's on the one side. The camera shot here is right in the corner, panning round. Looks great. Here's Dijak. See the cage above the ring, black and white. The Dijak's entrance. That looks good as well, doesn't it? His entrance is sick. Look at that in black and white. That looks so good. I love the entrance graphic. It's very Sin City with like Dijak in red on a black and white background. It's a great look he's got. He can't job out, though. He cannot job out. This is not someone that can job. You can't have this epic entrance and that Sin City vibe and Terminator vibe and all this kind of stuff and then have him taking the 1, 2, 3. Love his entrance. Go, Dijak. Go, Dijak. Right, let's go into the chat. Let's see what you lot think. We'll do a poll for this one. Who leaves as NXT North American champ? Who's going to leave with the belt? Is it going to be Wes? Is it going to be Dijak? Put a poll up, see what you lot think as we're about to get underway with our first match for the North American Championship. Ding, ding, ding. Here we go. Wes Lee against Dijak. Got proper barricades around the ring. It's the light up barricades. It looks like it's the LED barricade from the main roster. A little bit really interesting because if you look at the top is NXT and it's Vengeance Day and it's in like red background. It's the Vengeance Day graphics. But the one behind the ring is not that. The one behind the ring is just black with the gold NXT logo on it. I'm just surprised that's not red Vengeance Day as well. Because the entrance stages and the bits that go around at the top are, but then the stuff all around the ringside area, it looks like they don't want that maybe to distract or something. I don't know. It's not important. It's just a little quirky thing that I noticed. Number one trend worldwide. Hashtag Vengeance Day. Austin is the Rock's daughter on NXT. She is. She is not scheduled to be on this show. Wes Lee down at the moment. What's he doing? Lying down. What's he doing? Goes for a kick. So that was a bit strange. Wes Lee laid down. Dijak went to just pin him, and then he just kicked him in the head. It's a weird little spot. Charges over, grabs a hold of Dijak, looks for a German. He tries to pick him up. Back elbow by Dijak. Dijak going over to the corner. Down goes Wes Lee. Wes Lee charging over, up over the top to the outsides. Shoulder through the ropes. Wes Lee over the top, gets caught by Dijak. Dijak goes hard into the corner though. Head scissors and Dijak to the outsides. Wes Lee in the ring. Drop kick through the ropes as Dijak goes down. Wes Lee onto the outsides. Wes Lee is going to jump. Oh, gets caught. He's on the shoulders. Oh! Just got planted, Wes Lee. Yeah, I mean, that looked pretty brutal as well. That looked pretty brutal. Wes Lee getting planted by Dijak too. Shoulder up by Wes Lee. So he jumped at Dijak. Dijak caught him. Oh, my God. He really drove him down on his shoulder. Shots coming in by Dijak. Do you think Wes is any good to be on the main roster? I think Wes is a perfectly fine wrestler. He's someone that I think is perfectly fine. He's the kind of guy that you want to root for, you know? I think his strength is he's very likable and the crowd can get behind him. But he is on the smaller side, which is always going to be a bit of a barrier. So he is on the smaller side. And I just think there's a lot of good talent in that solo division, in that singles division. And it's just going to be really, really hard for him to shine. Even smaller guys, good smaller guys. So could he make it to the main roster? Definitely. Absolutely. But is he going to have like this really good, rich career? I don't know. I mean, look at how Ricochet has struggled. And that's Ricochet. You know? Wes Lee to me isn't as impressive as Ricochet. And I just think, I just worry for him. I personally would put him back in a tag team. Against ropes goes Wes Lee, gets caught here by Dijak. I think the future for Dijak's pretty good. We know that he can wrestle. Oh, and he just hurls Wes Lee out the ring. He grabs Wes Lee, chucks him over the top rope. Wes Lee comes crashing down. I love the look of the area tonight. I just wish they would try with the stages they used. Also, the crowd is good, said Brads. Dijak is losing. I'm sure he's going to go to the main roster, said Daddy Ocean. Rick Hunter, shout out to you. Mr. Quake, hello. Sunny, hello. Shout out to you. Daddy Ocean, I'm good, bud. Hope you're well. As Wes is being chucked back into the ring. The apron is a proper apron. LED screens for the barricade, but not around the edge of the ring. And obviously not on the ring posts because of the cage. Right, we've got Wes going over to the corner. And he's being stalked by Dijak at the moment. Dijak stomping down on Wes. Oh, my goodness, says Booker. He's shocked by those stomps as Wes is spluttering over in the corner. I love the lighting. The lighting for the entranceway looks fantastic. So you've got the big stage, but then you've got these arches of lights. These lights that are like circular over the top. They look really, really good. Back elbow by Dijak. I love the entranceway. I think it looks really good. I know, like, a more unique, impressive stage, like, people would like, you know, like, what was it? Backlash with the swinging spikes, you know, things like that. It's nothing like that, but I think it looks classy. I think it looks good. Dijak goes hard into the corner. He goes down on the outside. Referee count him. He should be able to beat the count. He's back on his feet. There's a dude in the crowd with a Mandy Rose shirt on. There's a dude in a crowd with an old school tag belt. That's just weird, isn't it? Of all the replica belts to bring to NXT Vengeance Day, why would you bring an old school 90s WWF tag belt? Shot coming in. I mean, why not? Over in the corner goes Wes. Wes, drop kick, down goes Dijak. Dijak against the ropes, kick to the side of the head by Wes. Wes grabbing Dijak, looking to go for a German. He still can't get it. He's tried a few times for that German. Kick to the back of the head. He's going to go again. Here it is. Oh, man, if he does... Yes! Ah, great spot. And he bridges. Oh, that's a great spot. I love the fact he went for that German a few times. He's tried for that German a few times. He couldn't get it. Kick to the side of the head. Finally got it and bridged. Managed to get a 2.9 on that count. So that was nice. I love how he's constantly set that German up. Finally gets it and a kick out by Dijak. Coming over to the outside. I tell you what that does show for Wes. It shows really good in-ring psychology. Like setting up a little story in there. Trying for the German. Can't get it. Kick to the side of the head. Finally gets it. It's a nice moment. Good spot. Elbow coming in by Wes. And again, Wes on his feet. Dijak going over in the corner. Picks up. Ooh, back body drop to the outside. Dijak. This match is way better than I thought it was going to be. Way better than I was anticipating. Cartwheel over the top. Ooh, comes down onto Dijak. Can you shout out my channel? Said WWE Ultimate Gaming. Done. Shout out to WWE Ultimate Gaming. Hope you're well. This pay-per-view is already better than Rumble. NXT is so good, said Juzo. Right, here we go. We've got Wes going up. Cartwheel gets caught onto the shoulders of Dijak. Dijak's got Wes in the center of the ring. He's trying to reverse Rana. Oh, reverse Rana by Wes Lee. Dijak. He's going to try and pick him up. He goes. Oh, driver. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Dijak. Some big power moves there, you know. Some big power moves. Tell you what, you've got to give them credit. I was not expecting this match to be as great as what this is. This is a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong, this is not 5 stars, but it's, do you know what I mean? It's a good 3.75, maybe like 4 stars. Like it's a fun little contest, this one. It's a fun little contest, this one, as Wes Lee's going over to the corner. Big driver. I mean, good power there to... he's a big guy, Dijak. Wes Lee going up top, looking for a splash. Dijak moves out the way. Dijak, gets kicked in the face. Against the ropes goes Wes Lee. Ooh, tried to springboard, got caught. Caught by Dijak. He's looking for a choke slam. Picks him up. Monstrous. Plants him. 1, 2. And a kick out. Kick out by Wes Lee. God, that choke slam was horrific. Horrific. It was monstrous. I thought that was done, man. Thought that was done. Now he's managed to get his sleeper hold applied. He's got the arm behind the back as well. Dijak in control. Doesn't feel comfortable, though. This doesn't feel like it's properly in. Doesn't feel like he's got control of the situation as Wes Lee is desperately trying to get over to the ropes. He's trying to break the hold. You can see it's not on that tight. And he does manage to throw, but now it's in. Now it's in. A bad situation has been made worse. Oh, now it's in, and this could be the end. This could be the end. He's down in the middle of the ring. It didn't seem that tight. He tried to roll, tried to get out of it, and now he's got Dijak wrapping his legs around Wes Lee. Wes Lee is fading. He's trying to fight back out. He's trying to fight back out. I don't think he should get out of this, to be honest. Someone the size of Dijak, having Wes Lee down. Oh, he's powered to his feet, you know. He's come back out of it. He's inches from the ropes. I don't know if this match just jumped the shark there. That might have been the moment where we should have had this done. But either way, 2. Kick out by Dijak. The match continues. He grabs Wes Lee. He's looking to pick up Lee. Lee lands on his feet, flips over. Kick to the side of the head. Wes Lee goes down. Oh, this is a barn burner. Oh, another kick coming in by Wes Lee. Oh, absolute scenes. Zion, shout out to you. Heel 96, shout out to you as well. Both of these guys, look at that. Dijak's like, bring it. Knee strike coming in by Wes Lee. Dijak over against the ropes. Wes Lee against the ropes. Big boots. Huge boots. Oh, he just took his head off. Whoa. Ah, and he kicks out. Wow. How did Wes Lee kick out of that? That's a monstrous boot. That's like old school Undertaker. Ah, super kick. Old school Shawn Michaels. Incredible lariat. Oh, he's done, surely. Some of them strike. Ah, shoulder up again. How many kickouts are we going to have in this match? We're going for a world record. World record kickouts. Tell you what, though. Even though I think this match maybe should have ended when he had that submission hold locked in Dijak. It's been mental. He's got Wes Lee by the hair, dragging him over to the corner. Right now, we've got Dijak in the corner. We've got Wes Lee over there as well. Dijak's going for a high-risk maneuver. I mean, the psychology on this is right. I mean, look, he's tried some big moves, and he's not been able to put Wes Lee away. Now he's going for something very risky, but obviously with this risk, it can be reversed. I'm sensing it's going to be, actually. I don't think he's going to land this on Wes, but he's trying to pick him up. He does. Oh, Wes reverses. So he goes for a power bomb off the second rope. Instead, Wes reverses with a head scissors. Now we've got Wes going to the outside. Dijak is down. It was high risk by Dijak. Wes Lee crashes on top. This might be the end with Dijak down. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. The world record attempt continues. Shoulder up by Dijak. Wes Lee really pulling out all the stops in this one. Oh, it didn't look great, that reversal. It didn't. He didn't quite get all of it, but some parts of this have been really, really good. A couple of parts, you might want to just polish them up a little bit, but it feels like a real little scrap this between these two guys as Wes Lee launches in between the ropes, tries to hurl himself at Dijak. Dijak helps Wes Lee into that barricade. Now he's managed to get the chair. He's got a hold of the chair. Life of Daz, shout out to you. Said, how we doing? NXT is dope tonight. Really good start. Really good opening match. I'm really interested to see what people are going to score this one after as Wes Lee is put into that chair. A broom? A broom? A broom? Just so happened to be a broom at ringside. And now he's got him in the chair. So he's sat him in the chair. The broom is trapping Wes Lee. He gets super kicked in the face. Now we've got Dijak climbing up. So Dijak's going up. He's taking his sweet time. Come on, Dijak. You got Wes Lee down, sat in a chair. He's just been kicked in the face. We can't see what Wes Lee is doing. The camera is on Dijak. Here's Tony and Stacks. Tony and Stacks. Tony and Stacks have interfered. Stay out of my business, said Dijak. So Tony D and Stacks. Oh, comes off the ropes, gets kicked by Wes Lee. Wes Lee flips over. Lovely Pele kick. Lovely Pele kick. 1, 2, 3. Wes Lee has retained. Wes Lee retains. I feel like the end of that match lets it down, if I'm going to be brutally honest. I sort of feel like, Dijak's taking forever. Why is there a broom? I sort of feel like it's a really great match. They're doing some really great stuff. And then there's like a broom that just happens to be at ringside. Then Dijak's taking forever as he's climbing up. Then Tony and Stacks get involved. It's all just a bit... Great action. Great opening match. I could have done without that finish. I would have just ended it when he had him in that hold in the middle of the ring, you know. When he had him, like, down and, like, it was fading, I would have ended it there. Put in your scores, though. What do you score it out of? We're just seeing Tony and Stacks moving Wes out the way. So that outside interference definitely helping Wes pick up the victory. Great match, but there was a bit of a poor finish. 3.75, 4 out of 5. Called it. Dusty finish, said Eric. Oh my God. Oh my God. Did you see his finger? Oh my God, did you see his finger? He broke his finger? They just showed Dijak's finger. He was lying in the ring. His finger is like... I'll find the image of that. Oh. Guys, if you want to throw up, I've got an image that might do it for you. Oh my God, his finger was horrific. His finger was like... That is broken. That is broken all day long. Broken all day long, twice on a Sunday. Broken finger. Why did they show it? They didn't need to show... Well, in all fairness, if a wrestler's going to go and break his finger, you might as well show it. My God! Got the image? Guys, you know me. I am here to make you throw up. If I'm not making you throw up, am I even doing my job right? No is the answer. Here we go. That needs surgery. Yes, yes, yes. Guys, get excited. Get excited. It's coming. Let me turn that down. Oh. Here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? This is for everyone that wants to throw up on a Saturday night. Horrific injury coming out of NXT Vengeance. Their opening match just concluded, and you can see here Dijak defeated thanks to outside interference, but defeated in a banging opening match. But the bigger story is, look at that finger. I don't need to tell you, that is broken. He has broken his finger. That is horrible. That is horrible. Seems to have happened right at the end of the match. For some reason, NXT WWE gave us this close-up image just so that we can be haunted as we close our eyes tonight. But broken finger suffered by Dijak at NXT Vengeance Day. And he didn't win. He can't even comfort himself with the North American Championship. He lost the match. Oh, yes. Guys, I love it. I absolutely love it. If we don't have I mean, normally we watch UFC on a Saturday night and you can see some pretty interesting stuff there, to be honest. That's pretty brutal. That's more brutal than stuff we see in UFC. Right, we are at break at the moment. Put in your scores as to what you thought about that. I thought the match was really good. You can see I was into it. The ending for me. I just didn't need the ending. I think the ending, it doesn't like completely ruin it or anything like this. It's not like, oh God, that was garbage. It's just not what I wanted. It's not what I wanted. I wanted something a bit more less overbooked. Just something a bit more in the ring, you know, and we just do like a proper clean finish type thing. Vengeance Day. Right, we're just seeing Grayson Waller backstage. So Bron Breakker is backstage as well. So Bron Breakker and Grayson Waller walking around backstage. They are obviously getting ready for their cage match main event that's coming up. And we are just seeing back at the Performance Center where we've got a lot of superstars that are watching along. They showed this image earlier. None of them look excited. You'd think they'd find a better... You'd think that they would find a better image. Okay, we're backstage with Kayden and Katana. That's her name now, isn't it? We're backstage with these two. They're just talking about being the longest reigning champions in NXT history. Women's tag champs. Okay, I think that's going to be our next match then. I think the women are about to make their way out. I think they are. Yeah. Kiana, James making their way out right now. Right, here's Kiana and Fallon. We've also got Briggs and Jensen making their way out with them. Kiana James. I'm going to throw a ball over you, said Killer Shot. Nice. Everyone in that photo that was caught on their phones probably going to get released. Everyone in that photo. It's a bad photo, man. I don't know why they didn't do like a better photo. I don't understand. Like, you know, edge of the you know, react. Instead, they're all like bored. Right, Kiana, Fallon. Interesting little team, but I don't know if they're going to get the tag belts. We'll jump over. We'll put another thing in the chat in a sec. Okay, here comes the current champs, and they've been champs for a long time, actually, these two. They're coming through the crowds.
I never needed you at all. I never needed
you at all. Watch me shine now. Watch me shine now. Gets that in a second. Right, we've got the tag champs in the ring. They came through the crowd. We're getting ready for our second match of the evening. I thought they'd come out with like, shh. They normally come out with smoke guns or something. Thought they'd probably come out with something like that. Another title match coming up. Right, shout out to Life of Daz. Breakker needs to be drafted this year if they do the draft. Breakker needs to be drafted this year if they do the draft. I mean, look, I think he will definitely go to the main roster this year. I think a lot of people are thinking that there's a chance that he might lose his belt tonight and go up very, very soon. I don't think he goes up this side of WrestleMania. I think if he's going to go up, he'll go up the other side of WrestleMania.
I never needed you at all. I never needed you.
He's talking about TikTok, Booker. Right, let's go down. The Rock is going to turn up tonight. James said, I'm predicting a tag team debut. Death walks. Dig what I'm saying. I dig what you say. That'd be big. If we do see them tonight, that would be massive. And in all fairness, I mean, they're so well experienced. It's not like they've got to do loads of work before they hit TV. So yeah, absolutely, we could see them arriving tonight. I think it's a really good shout, James. Really good shout. Right, let's change this over. I'm a little bit delayed here. Right, Kiana and Fallon versus Katana and Kayden. This is the match we've got at the moment. It's going to be hard to follow that last one. I mean, the action in that last one was so exciting. It's going to be tricky to follow that. Little roll up there by Fallon, kicking the head, coming in by Kayden. Kayden going over, making a tag. There was a super chat I wanted to get to, which was from Matt. Matt, shout out to you. Trey, appreciate the support as well, bud. I can see Trey. Very kind. Trey Gaming, shout out to you, buds. Matt said, you're the best, and how are you doing tonight? That's very kind, bud. I appreciate the kind words. How am I? I'm doing really well. Yeah, really well. It's nice to... It's such a weird show, this one. It's a really weird show. It's kind of one of those shows that... It's one of those shows that kind of sneaks up on you, you know? But it feels like now I'm watching it. Now we're here and you can see the arena and everything. It feels like a big show. And a great opening match. And I must admit, that first match is probably the match I was least excited for. This one I'm quite interested in because I don't know which way this is going to go. I could see an argument for both teams winning this one. Right now, Kiana James, backflip, charging over. She's got Kayden. Is it Kayden? No. Katana in the corner. Fallon goes against the ropes. Grabs Katana. Katana goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Matt, shout out to you, buds. Matt Batten, super supportive of the channel. And lovely picture of a little dog, I think, there. My dog! My dog! Okay, we've got Fallon Henley in control at the moment. I think the champs are going to retain. Only drop the titles to those weird witch girls. Weird witch girls. I hope that's their official name. Isla Dawn and Albafire, the weird witch girls. Who leaves as champions? Let's ask you guys. Is it going to be K and K? Or is it going to be Fallon and Kiana? I don't know if they're meant to be called K and K. Hey, Katana and Kayden. Couldn't be bothered to type it all out. Matt Batten has gifted 1 supporter membership. Very kind. Very, very kind. Matt, shout out to you again, my friends. My dog! My dog! Brad, shout out to you. Welcome. Right, we've got Kayden going back and forth into the corner. Collision there by Kayden. Charging over, kick to the midsection. Kind of kicked Kiana in the midsection, but while she was kicking her, she splashed down onto Fallon. Ooh, big boots! She just kicked Fallon so hard, she drove her out the ring. Katana with a double cross body on the outsides. Briggs and Jensen can't do anything but stand with there, watching the action unfolds. Now we've got Katana flipping over, comes crashing down to Fallon, kicks out. Fallon kicks out. Now they're good at the moment. I mean, they're a really good team, Kayden and Katana. They've been together so long. They've got a really good chemistry now. We've got Kayden. She is feeling the effects there. She's holding on to her face. I don't know what she got caught with. She seems to have got caught with something in the jaw that she's feeling the effects of. Goes over, gets caught. Head scissors. Down goes Kiana. In comes Kayden, it's fast-paced. Up on the shoulders. Ooh, looked like she was going maybe for a Samoan drop. Couldn't get it. Gets caught. Spinebuster. Big spinebuster there by Kiana. And shoulder up there by Kayden. We are 40 minutes into this show already. We've still got, I think, another 4 matches to go. I'm sure there's 6 matches on this card. Against the ropes goes Kayden. Big boot there to Kiana. Shot there by Katana, who comes in. She gets picked up, flipped over the top. Oh, knees up there by Kiana. Kayden coming over, grabbing Kiana. Kiana reverses it. Kayden to the outside. Now she's going after Katana. Kiana and Katana are in the ring. Now in comes Fallon. Fallon going over to the corner, jumping up. Nice. Oh, lovely little blockbuster. That was lovely. Springboarded over the top. Oh, down goes Katana. Fallon, 2. Oh, Kayden makes the save. It's a lovely little spot. Love that. Well executed as well. To the outside goes Kayden. We've got Kiana on the edge of the ring, looking to moonsault to the outside. Didn't get anything. Gets kicked in the head. Kayden. Bulldog. Don't see enough bulldogs. Days, what happened to the draft that was meant to happen in October? I heard it had been moved to after the Rumble. We have seen a little shake-up. Nothing drastic, but we've seen a few stars going over to Raw. I don't know if we saw anyone go to SmackDown, though, to be honest. But there's been like Boogs, for example, has come to Raw. And I don't know where Carmelo was before, but she's on Raw. So, but there's been no draft or anything. There's been no word of a draft or anything. Matt, again, Matt just being super generous tonight. Forearm strike coming in. Matt is really looking after our community tonight. Matt, you are a god, said Sonny. Kiana James might be the most underrated star in NXT, said Llama Llama. Goldberg did the wrong thing. He isn't a woman, but he just attacked Flair, and Flair is passed out. If one push-up gives you $10, how many could you do? Probably about $6 worth. Right, we've got Katana, big Hurricanrana. She rolls over Fallon. 2. Kick out by Fallon. Kick out by Fallon. Fallon survives.
I never needed you at all.
Edward said, yeah, Matt is amazing. Just constantly firing in support. This is turning into the Matt Batten stream. That's what we've got right now. NXT Matt Batten. Oh, wow. Look at that. She just pushed Katana to the outside. She's only small. She's like Tinkerbell. That's a long way for her to fall. Kayden looking for a roll-up kick out, though, by Fallon. Fallon reversing the pin. Oh, Kiana cheats. They've cheated the victory. Whoa, we've got new champions. Oh, they cheated. I think Kiana grabbed the legs of Kayden. I don't think that Fallon realizes. We have seen them doing this on NXT. Like, Fallon wants to win the right way. Kiana's quite happy to do a little bit of cheaty. And we got a little bit of cheaty. So, yeah. So she pushed Katana off. Then, look at that. So it was, she grabs the legs. Fallon won't know that has happened. I like the story of this. I like Fallon not knowing that she's won by cheating. So she's a good girl, but Kiana's a bad girl. But look at that. We've got new and new. What? It's happened. 73% of you told me that Katana and Kayden would retain. I've been lied to by 73% of people. New champions, baby. New champions. James said, I'm Norton too. Chris saying thanks to Matt Batten as well. We're pretty close to just calling this channel Matt Batten, I think, tonight. Matt Batten absolutely killing it. Putting in, gifted 5 memberships to people. Matt Batten is like a hero of the people. Really appreciate the support, Matt. I hope you're enjoying NXT, buds. K&K main roster call-up. Could do with a good women's tag team for Damage Control to feud with. Good shout. That's a good shout, that is, Max. NUFC, which I can only imagine stands for Newcastle. So, killing it at the moment, aren't you, mate? Although, I think you drew today. Didn't kill it today. Good season, though. Hope you lose the Carabao Cup final. I was in the 27%. Oh, yeah. Of course you was, Dark Angel. Yeah. Let me just, actually, I think I can check and see. Let me just have a look. No, you're lying. Nah, you weren't. You was part of the 70-odd%. Thoughts on Everton? Can we survive, said Maka. Well, great result today. Was it today or yesterday? Can't remember now. So great result against Arsenal. Look, you have got a big fan base. Big teams go down, but I think if you've got that siege mentality, if you're going to battle and fight and be hard to beat, and your players going to give everything they've got, I think you should have enough to stay up. Yeah. But seemingly, you're going to need that new manager bounce, and you're going to need that new manager bounce to stick around for a while. I think you'll be all right. It's just hard to see Everton go down. I think I'm right in saying they're one of only a handful of teams that have never gone out the Premier League. Because like Villa have gone down, and Newcastle went down, and Leeds went down, and West Ham have been down, and obviously Brentford and Bournemouth and, all those teams. But I think like Everton, Man U, Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, even Man City have been down, of course. So I think there's only like a handful of teams. It's just hard to envisage Everton going down, but it could happen.
I never needed you at all.
Matt is a legend, said X Music. Justin Terrales. Shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support as we're just in between matches at the moment. Right now, we're just looking at a little video package of Nikita Lyons, and now we're just looking at something to do with WrestleMania. Big show, I think, coming up soon. WrestleMania. Don't know, never heard of it. Matt, dude, you're just, you know what I mean? You're like Robin Hood. Somehow, I don't know. I think you're a modern day Robin Hood. I don't know how it works, but let's just go with it. Let's say you are. Hello. Building a superstar, not a house. You've got to ground these high flyers, said Drew Gulak. Just my clothes. We need to get you some proper ring attire, said Drew to Hank Walker. Why do you look like you're here to repair my sink? So, just a little clip. Oh, hello, Lyra. So we're hearing from Lyra. I can't respect a woman that says one thing and does something else. Lyra's coming for Cora Jades. I love that ring gear. The red and black ring gear. I love it. I think Lyra's really interesting, isn't she? She's really interesting. I don't know what this is, but you can get with it. Carmelo Hayes and Apollo. Is this next? Oh, yeah. Well, that's 2 out of 3 falls as well, isn't it? That's not going to be a quick match. 2 out of 3 falls. Banger incoming. Matt, again. CJ, shout out to you. David, thanking Matt. WWE is on fire, says Jay. Good content. Do you see New Day and Bron retaining? I don't see New Day retaining. I think their time with NXT is probably done. But I could see Bron retaining. I think Bron is potentially going to go to the main roster. But as I said a few times tonight, I don't think it'll be this side of WrestleMania. I just don't think we need him this side of WrestleMania. I think he is a great Raw after WrestleMania call-up. So I've got to think Triple H is going to give us a great Raw after WrestleMania. We haven't had one in a while. I remember last year's was a bit, had a few things, but I mean, like, it was nowhere near those Raw after WrestleManias from, 2014, 2015, that kind of time. They were awesome. They were so good. So we need to get back to that. More promo than wrestling. Rick, thank you. Matt, what are you thinking about tonight's show, Matt? Sharing your thoughts? Not in super chat, just put a message in. I think people would like to know if you're enjoying tonight, what you think about tonight. Nicole, shout out to you. Who can you see beating the New Day? I'd love it to be Chase U. I think because it's a fatal four-way, these are always great matches to get belts off faces onto faces. So I'd love Chase U to do it. I mean, it feels like the story with Chase U is like, can you trust Duke Hudson? Can you not trust Duke Hudson? I sort of feel like them having the belts is going to mean that, that question can still be there, but they're clearly not going to split up whilst they've got the belts. So it just keeps them together. I think it really helps their story, gives them something to celebrate, which would be awesome. Brings a bit of legitimacy to them. I think Duke Hudson's been brilliant in Chase U. I think Chase U have really found their groove. I think Chase U always had potential, but it never had necessarily the right people involved. I think everyone knows I love Thea Hale. I think she's brought so much to them since she joined. The energy that she brings is just exactly what they need. And then you've got Duke Hudson, who is big and is legit, and he's brought a bit of comedy there. And Andre Chase, I think, is obviously good as the leader of it all. I really like them. I think that you can do a fair bit with them as champions. Gallus, I don't feel Gallus. I've never felt Gallus. Gallus have never done it for me. Just these big brawlers. There's not really too much to them that I find very interesting. And then who's the other team? Pretty Deadly. You could always put the belts back on Pretty Deadly. You could always go back to Pretty Deadly being champions. They're pretty fun. There's plenty you can do with Pretty Deadly. Plenty you can do with them. So you could go back with Pretty Deadly. You could go with Andre Chase. I'm thinking you go with Andre Chase. That's what I'm thinking. Here's Trick Williams, though. Tingerling. Shout out to you. Strap on your seatbelt, says Trick. The 2021 breakout superstar. The longest combined North American Championship reign. NXT War Games winner. Unified the Cruiserweight and North American Championship. We got banners coming up. Him. Good. Good entrance. Here is him. Carmelo's got a shirt on. Do you remember when we used to get Velveteen Dream? Like, just seeing Carmelo come out, he's got a t-shirt of like Apollo, it's got a cross through it. Just made me think, like, do you remember when we used to get Velveteen Dream and he used to like really go big for takeovers with his ring attire? I do miss that. It was always good. Velveteen Dream's entrance was always something to behold on these shows. He takes the t-shirt off and he walks over it. This match, this should be a banger. This is going to have plenty of time. It's 2 out of 3 falls. I'm imagining there's going to be a lot of drama here. It's going to be a lot of drama as Carmelo makes his way down to the ring. Matt, appreciate it again. I have no idea how many you've gifted. You've got Bushazza doing the same as well. Bushazza, shout out to you. Bushazza throwing in a gift. We got Rick Shaw as well. Mental. I need to do something with the members. Been a while in it. We did something at Christmas. Didn't get the chance to do anything in January. I think we'll try and do something Thursday. Do have to do research for UFC. That's the only problem. But we will try and get a stream in. But anyway, we've got these in Matt for WrestleMania main event. Elon Musk said my charger is not working and I'm late for work. Dude, don't you own everything? I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll be fine. When Carmelo inevitably goes to the main roster, I hope Trick comes with him. Both of these guys together are money, says Tritian. Rick and Sock Connection. Shout out to you. Apollo Taker. Lights gone out for Apollo. Apollo Taker. We're seeing shots of Apollo. It hasn't worked for Apollo. He used to be known as Uha Nation on the indie scene. I think that's such a good name. Apollo. Here's Apollo Crews. Apollo making his way out. I think whatever he's got, whatever this guy has got, he has got to show it now. Apollo Crews makes his way out. Crews, let's get it fired up as he's making his way down to the ring. You just sense, like, when Apollo comes out, like, the crowd go mild. He's trying to get pumped up. He's trying to get fired up. I so want to like it. I mean, I do like him, but I so want to, like, come on, Apollo. Come on. Show him, Apollo. Show him. I want him to do this. Which way is this gonna go? New Day to retain tonight. I need New Day against Creed Brothers. That could be the stand and deliver match for the NXT tag titles, says Austin. You can't have two guys with black and white entrances. Cross and that other guy, said Lance. Matt says you're welcome, guys. Matt. You can have the kids. You can have the applause. You can have the woo. You can have the...
And his name is...
Yeah. And his name is... Yeah. You can have this as well, Matt.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas.
Still on there from Christmas. Yeah, Matt, shout out to you, bud. Shout out to you. Carmelo has got to win this. He's going to dethrone Bron, said Austin. WrestleMania said Apollo has been in WWE longer than Steve Austin. Very similar careers. Very similar careers. Sometimes I do look at Apollo and think, is that Stone Cold? That's a crazy fact. That's a crazy fact. Right. Who wins? Who wins? Hashtag Vengeance Day. Is it going to be Apollo? Or is it going to be Carmelo? Battle of the O's. Battle of the O's. Come, Apollo. Carmelo. Trick. Oh. Tricko. Whatever happened to Commander Aziz? Well, he got removed from Apollo when they went down to NXT. I believe he's still signed. I'm guessing that he'll show up at some point, obviously with a new gimmick. But, I mean, he was Babatunde, who was sort of quite an interesting character. seem to recall we did something really African themed with him once. Not like Nigerian Prince. I'm talking something else. I'm sure we did have him as Babatunde. Do you remember when because he was on Raw Underground. Raw Underground ended. We ended up bringing a couple of those stars to the main roster, and he was one. And I just remember maybe a week, might even have just been one show, where I think he was like an African attire. I'd have to look back at that. But we've tried a few. Bottom line, we've tried a few things with him. Raw Underground and Commander Aziz. I believe he might have been in the Greatest Rumble. I think he was in the Greatest Royal Rumble as Babatunde. So he'll get another repackage. He's a big guy. I mean, you can't teach that. Commander Aziz is pretty green. Right. At the moment, Melo and Apollo. We got Trick on the outside. We got some Let's Go Melo chants. And Trick is... against the ropes goes Apollo clothesline. Over the top goes Melo. Slap there by Melo. And Apollo looking at Melo. Melo again slapping Apollo. A little bit slow to start this one. A little bit slow to start as we got Carmelo coming out. Slap there by Apollo. Carmelo goes down. Get your ass up, says Apollo. Get your ass up. We've got Cruz hurled over in the corner. Carmelo going after him. Flip over there by Cruz. These two in the middle of the ring. Trash talking. Against the ropes goes Carmelo. Down goes Apollo. Carmelo holds onto the ropes. That was good. And Apollo went for a drop kick. Ooh, Carmelo gets caught. He's being dragged. Slingshotted into the corner. Kick to the midsection. Goes up. Oh, drop kick midair by Apollo. Baller. Melo should get called up on the Raw after WrestleMania, said McClain. Carmella is better than Carmelo. They'd be a great couple. The Carmel twins. Into the corner goes Carmelo, upside down. Melo is money. I heard Commander Aziz is Polish, not African. I think he was born in Poland. Yep. Let's go, Carmelo, said Joe. What a show, said Shaquem. Melo should be called up. Oh, we read that one. Right, we've got into the corner goes Carmelo. Doing a little bit of selling at the moment, grabbing a hold of his ribs. You can tell this is definitely a match that's going to build. 2 out of 3 falls would suggest this is going to be around for a hot minute here. This is going to take some time. Backbreaker there by Apollo. Carmelo down. I mean, we've seen some really good action. The first match was really fun. Women's tag match, we got new champions. These two, I think, just slowing it down so that they can build it back up. Apollo grabbing a hold of Carmelo. Carmelo grabbing a hold of the ropes. Back elbow coming in by Carmelo. And we got Apollo in the middle of the ring. Apollo. Oh, reversal there by Apollo. Springboards. Gets caught. Oh, lovely. Into a German. Lovely work there by Apollo. German by Apollo. That was nice. Back elbow coming in by Carmelo. Carmelo grabs Apollo, chucks him out the ring. And Apollo on the outsides. Carmelo going against the ropes and slides underneath. Grabs the legs of Apollo. Pulls him down to the outside. We got Trick. Trick stepping in between Apollo and Carmelo. Now he's distracting Apollo. Apollo knew that Carmelo was coming. Clothesline. Down goes Carmelo. I think all the kids are better off in NXT and not on the main roster. Let's say Melo does go to the main roster. They'll put in, oh, lovely like moonsault splash there by Apollo. They'll put him in hit row, said Jilly. Hit row, hit row, hit row. If you know, then you know. Big splash. Carmelo in the new Hurt Business would be fun, said Rock and Sock Connection. I could always ask Bob the Builder to fix my roof. He'll do it, and he'll do a great job as well. Over the top comes Apollo. He comes crashing down onto Carmelo. Carmelo kicks out. Is this NXT's WrestleMania? No. NXT doesn't really have a WrestleMania. They'll do another show of this size. Is it Stand and Deliver that they tend to do WrestleMania weekends? I mean, because of the timing, I suppose that's their WrestleMania. But even that's not any bigger than what this is. They don't really have a WrestleMania. They should have one. Now we're 1, 2, shoulder up. Come on, Carmelo, said Legend Killer. But we're still quite slow at the moment. We've got Apollo grabbing the leg of Carmelo. He goes over to the corner. Apollo goes in the corner as Carmelo moves out the way. Apollo goes over, back elbow by Carmelo. Apollo charges over. Oh, love that. That's a great spot. That's a great spot. So Carmelo chucks Apollo out the ring, but as he's in the air, he catches him with like a stunner. Bang. Oh, that's great. That's so fast. That's nice. Nice by Carmelo. Does the little swoosh. Swoosh. Nothing but net. Nothing but net for Carmelo, who grabs Apollo, chucks him in the ring. Trick on the outside. What if Trick turned on Carmelo? Imagine if Trick turned on Carmelo. Shots coming in by Carmelo. That could be pretty cool, actually. Trick turns on Carmelo, costing him this match. Gives Apollo the win. It gives Carmelo something to do with a feud against Trick. Trick can be tired of being second best. I mean, he's been with Carmelo a long time. Been together a long time. You got to think that turn's going to come at some point. I'm predicting it. I've predicted it. It's happening. Trick turns on Carmelo tonight. He's pulling back on the arm here. Melo always misses. Melo never misses. Oh, shot coming in there by Apollo. Now, he's keeping him grounded. Still quite slow at the moment. It's taking its time. There's something on your shoulder. That promo from The Miz. Amazing. A true highlight of Raw the other week. Right, we've got Apollo going against the ropes. Clothesline there by Carmelo. This match is like really weird because there's periods where it really slows down. Like, honestly, it feels like an AEW match when we go to commercial break. You know, and it's like the match slows down and I'm normally sat here complaining about it. This feels very similar. Like, they'll do some impressive stuff, but then they'll just go right back and slow the action down. Like, this is the sort of pace you would imagine if they're going to be wrestling an hour Broadway. They're going to be doing like an hour-long Iron Man match. Some of this is really slow. Carmelo back on his feet, going over. Days, I predict that Mark Miro will come and whoop that Trick. Chop coming in, knee to the midsection. Nice. Old school fans out there. Weapon of mass seduction. This is my therapy session. Why don't you love me anymore, James? Why don't you take me anywhere? Oh, weapon of mass. Is this for James Chadwick? Have we got a bit of a breakdown in our community between... Is the dream partnership of weapons of mass destruction and James Chadwick coming to an end? Oh, God. Oh, God. This is more heartbreaking than when Miss Elizabeth left Macho Man. This is more heartbreaking than when Nikki Bella left John Cena. Looking for a German, big German, and he's keeping a hold of it, Apollo. So he hits one, hits two. Oh, he's taking him to Suplex City. Carmelo trying to break out of it. Over the top, lands on his feet. Carmelo manages to grab Apollo. Apollo reverses. Chucks Carmelo. Big back body drop over the top of his head. Carmelo is down. We've still not had our first fall yet. This obviously is a 2 out of 3 falls match. So if someone gets pinned, submitted, count out, DQ'd, the match won't end. We'll still continue. The crowd are applauding. We're laying the groundwork for this one. We've laid some foundations here. Kick to the midsection. Against the ropes. Kick to the side of the head. They better be building a palace because we've laid some foundations on this match. Against the ropes goes Carmelo. Lovely, quick, grabbing a hold of the arm. Paces quicken now. Carmelo trying to pick up Apollo. Apollo lands on his feet. Carmelo goes for a clothesline. Nice. Down goes Carmelo. Apollo kips up. Apollo back on his feet. Look at his eyes. I didn't realize his eyes were like blood red. Into the corner goes Carmelo. Over the top to the outside. Forearm strike there by Carmelo. Lovely kick by Apollo. Carmelo goes down. So Carmelo is down. Apollo. Trick is saying his prayers. Trick's on the outside. He's got the chair open. He's not sat on it. He's praying on it. Apollo trying to pick up. Big superplex. Off the middle rope by Apollo. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Carmelo. Big superplex though. Ooh, lovely. Lovely deadlift as well. Lovely dead, like the power to do that. Wrong boy in here, Apollo, definitely. He's always had a decent like size to him, Apollo. He's telling the people Gorilla Press Slam. Here we go. Big clubbing blow to the back there by Apollo. Knee strikes coming in. And again. Come on, Carmelo. Mr. Quake said half Polish, half Nigerian. Who? Babatunde. Round the back. He's looking to get him on his shoulders. Nice reversal. Carmelo looking for like a crossface, but it's reversed. Still nothing. Big boot there by Apollo. Oh, around the house. Lovely work by Carmelo. Glance Apollo down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Hayes still can't quite believe that wasn't enough. Grabs Apollo. Ooh, plants him down. Rolls him over. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Nice. Into a crossface. Into a label lock. So he's pulling back on Apollo. Carmelo in control, middle of the ring. That Trick in the background. Trick's like, yeah. Oh, taps him out. Gets the first fall. Crossface gets the first fall. So Hayes first fall. Oh, that's why they've got tag belts. I didn't realize. I was talking about a dude in the crowd that's got a tag belt. The dude next to him must be like his brother or his friend. Maybe his partner. I don't know. But he's got a tag belt as well. They're the crowd tag team champions. Right, we got Trick. Hello, FL Pitbull family. Shout out to you. I like Apollo to stay in WWE. I could see AEW getting him one day. Right, we've got Apollo in the corner. We got Trick on the outside. Carmelo coming over. Big shot coming in. We're at 1 hour 16 into the show. Shot coming in there as Apollo goes down. Shot coming back by Apollo. The number one trend in the United States right now is hashtag Vengeance Day. That's the number one trend in the US right now, which, considering it's a Saturday night, is pretty good, isn't it? I would imagine there's a few things going on, so for this to be the number one trend, pretty good. Over against the ropes, down goes Apollo. Why doesn't Carmelo just keep with the submission to get the second fall? Well, at the end of the first, the referee will break it, and I don't think he can. I don't think he could get it back on or get it back applied. Right, boom, lovely suplexes. German series 3 in a row by Apollo. Apollo is in control. Standing shooting star, but kick out by Carmelo. Just doesn't, I don't know what it is about this match. It doesn't really have the same drama that like Dijak and Wes Lee did. I don't know. First fall was fairly slow. This one's a bit quicker. Top rope enziguri there by Carmelo. Kick to back of the head by Carmelo. Carmelo springing off. Lovely. I love that move. That's great. He's got Apollo on the ropes. He springboards off the rope, delivers a leg drop. It's like a springboard leg drop. Lovely move by Mello. Some of the stuff in this match from Carmelo is very impressive. Mello up on his feet, goes against the ropes. Clothesline. Apollo. Oh! I don't even know who got the better of that exchange, but it's like a Spanish fly, but a weird variation against the ropes. That was, oh my God, it was like a blockbuster, really. Damn, that's a hell of a move. That's a hell of a move. Comes off the ropes, comes back, grabs him by the head, goes over, like spikes him down. They rotate in the air like you would with a Spanish fly. It's like a brain buster spiked him. Nice. There's been a couple of moments in this I've really liked. I love that stunner that he did earlier. I love the springboard leg drop. That move I just saw was very innovative. The crowd has been dead since the women's tag, said Beast Jams. It's been quiet. I think it's been quiet because, well, I think we've seen a lot of like really good action. I think these two were right to slow it down and then build it. The problem is that they might have slowed it down a bit too much. Both are down on the outsides. We've seen some good stuff in this. It's not like we haven't seen some good stuff in this match, though. Seen some good stuff in this match. How the hell will Connor have time to do that? What? Connor in thingy? Well, I think this is like, hopefully this is going to be his big return, isn't it? This is him dedicating himself to MMA again, which is good to see. I mean, I don't see him beating Chandler. Apollo gets in the ring. Breaks the count. Just survived. Obviously, if Apollo had been counted out there, that would have been it. Because Carmelo already won the first fall. Got to think Apollo's going to get the second fall. Oh, knee strike there by Apollo. Carmelo is up on his feet, round the back. Reverse. Plants Carmelo down. Carmelo going over to the corner. They bump into each other. Double knees from Carmelo. Mello charging over, gets picked up on the shoulders. Oh! F5. F5 by Apollo. Both guys are down in the ring. Trick. What's Trick doing? Trick's jumping up. Trick is undoing the turnbuckle. That turnbuckle came undone very easily, didn't it? Very easily. So Trick undoes the top turnbuckle. He's telling Carmelo that he's undone it. Carmelo just looked and went, very excited. Very excited. So, kick coming. Oh, that kick missed by a mile. Apollo screams at Carmelo, drives Carmelo back. Carmelo in the corner. Carmelo's getting hurled into the exposed turnbuckle. Carmelo goes into it. Melo goes down. Carmelo goes outside the ring. Trick with a chair. Oh! Hey. Dabba KO. We were just talking about him. No way! Dabba KO is coming down with Trick Williams. Oh, it's all, look at this. It's all full circle. Dabba Kato. I forgot we called him that name. Dabba Kato. Leg drop to the back of the head. Apollo goes down. 1, 2, 3. Oh. So even after all of that, Hayes wins. Even after all of that, Carmelo gets the win. Dabba KO takes out Trick. And then Carmelo still wins. Some of that booking's weird. Dabba KO on the edge of the ring. Carmelo rolls out the ring. Bang. Yeah, look, there was a nice sign of respect there between the two. Smile on the face between Dabba KO. And then he just gets, Apollo just gets caught and beaten. Any sense? Why would you do that? Why would you have Trick interfere, Dabba KO deal with Trick, and then moments later just have Apollo lose? Is Dabba KO going to turn on him now, do you reckon? Dabba KO coming over. He grabs Apollo. He's surely going to turn on him, surely? These two embracing. I will be more shocked if he doesn't turn. Headbutt, down goes Apollo. Yeah, so what? Do it, he's a loser. Dabo attacking Apollo. Oh my God. Oh, sit down powerbomb onto a chair. Oh, he's going to feel that tomorrow. Tell you what, he's a big guy and he is a problem. He's a big guy. Lyra on Tuesday. Welcome to my jungle. So we got Valentina Feroz. We got Wendy Chu. We got Elektra Lopez. They're all sat watching the action. He just turned on Apollo. What a loser. The order of events is strange. Oh, look, we're backstage celebrating. New lady tag champs. Fallon, Henley, Kiana, James. I don't think Fallon knows yet. Fallon said she can't quite believe it. I love this. Brooks loves it. They're going to go and drink. Yeah. Woo. Crazy. Let's go drink. Yeah. Lights, camera, action. Superstars of NXT stand and deliver premium live events. Boom. He sat down on a chair. Bum, bum, bum. Bron and Grayson, NXT Championship match coming up. So we're an hour and a half into Vengeance Day. What would you score that last match, by the way? Out of 5, what would you score that last match? 53% of you thought Carmelo would do it. 46 thought Apollo, so it's quite close. Yeah, that match, what would you score it? I think it's a tricky one to score. There's definitely some moments in there. Didn't grab the crowds. Didn't have the crowds. Back and forth. There was some decent stuff in there. I don't feel like it was an epic failure, but yeah, 3. Brad said 5. Rock and Sock 3, 2, 5.5 said Mr. Quake. Out of 5. 3, 2, 5, 3.5, 3.2, 3, 3, 10, said David. 3.5, 3, 7, 5, 3.5, 3, 3, 3, 7, 5, 2.5. It missed for me, said Joseph. 3.5, 3. James said 4. Hawkins Jr. said 3. McLean said 3.25. 3.5 because of the crowds. 3.5. 3.25. 3.5. I didn't know it was out of 5, said Brad. Killer Shock said 4. Samuel said 3. Yeah, when we do matches, we tend to do them out of 5, like Dave Meltzer, our spirit animal. We're just seeing Chase. It's going to be Chase if it's Chase U next. That's the one I've been waiting for, man. That's the one I'm waiting for. Come on, Chase U. Heart is what separates the good from the greats. 2.5, sorry, but Apollo is just kind of 4 commanders out of 5. Are you doing the Super Bowl? Yeah, we'll probably do it, but we'll do it on the 2nd channel. When is it? When is the Super Bowl? I probably should know. Let me have a look. Super Bowl. Oh my God, it's Chase U. Is that next week? Super Bowl. Super Bowl Sunday. Well, it doesn't matter because Chase U are here. Yeah! Thea. Here we go. If this crowd need waking up, she'll do it. Chase U, Thea Hale. That's all you need. That's all you need. If someone's like, why do you watch wrestling? I watch wrestling because I just enjoy watching women scream their hearts out. Her cardio is so impressive. If I screamed like that, I'd be absolutely shattered. Absolutely shattered. Chase U against New Day, against Pretty Deadly, against Gallus. Pretty Deadly looking like sexy vampires. Look at them. Sexy bats. In black. And they've got capes. Capes, I tell you. Capes. When do you ever see capes? Nowhere near enough capes in wrestling. So, Pretty Deadly making their way down. Look at that. Oh, my God. I feel like I'm watching 2 Liberaces make their way down to the ring. Andre Chase is going through a strategy with Duke Hudson. The Hale in the ring. Throwing a bit of shade at Pretty Deadly. I've gone for Gallus. Pretty Elvis impersonators. Elvis. Doing a bit of a strut as Gallus making their way down. New Day, of course, are going to be coming out last. They are the champions. Kind of crazy we're about to see the New Day. Who leaves as champions? Who's going to leave as champions? Is it going to be Gallus? Is it going to be New Day? Is it going to be Chase U? Is it going to be Pretty D? Pretty D. Let's go, Chase U. It's cape season. Oh, it's all the rage. Gallus didn't get the memo, though. No capes for Gallus. So, Gallus making their way down. We've got, 3 matches left. We've got the women's match. We've got the title match. We've got this match. So, 3 matches left to go. Pre-order Legends Elite Series. Head Shrinkers. Bret Hart, Hulk Hogan. Looks like a good series, that, actually. It's a new day. Yes, it is. Here we go. Kofi and Xavier. New Day rocks. New Day rocks. New Day making their way down to the ring. I'd love to know what the conversations were like backstage between like New Day and Shawn. The screen in the background, it's not big enough to really show all the graphic. Just noticed that the New Day graphic that was floating around in the background, it cut half of it off. I think the screens are normally like double the size. For some reason, these screens, they've gone a little smaller to have the light thing above. And it cut off part of their graphic. Right, all 4 teams are in the ring then. I'm just looking to see how Thea's reacting to Kofi. I thought she might threaten to hit him with the Hailer. Okay, all 4 teams then in the ring. Dave, Xavier, Dakota Shayna played the Cena Showcase on Up, Up, Down, Down, where you control John's opponents, says Adam. David said, I would love it if Chase U win. It would be a dream and new champions. Did anyone catch Commander Aziz's new name? Dabakato. It's a name he has had before. Pretty Deadly getting their intro. Days, all I want is in life is you to put that my name is Jeff Sound, bro. You are a legend, said Jeffy Jeff. Ah, Jeffy Jeff. Jeffy Jeff.
And his name is Jeff.
Yeah, his name is Jeffy Jeff. And his name is Jeffy Jeff.
And his name is Jeff.
Nice. My guess is Joe Coffey is back home trying to get his visa renewed. Visas are a real issue, aren't they? There's been a lot of visa issues. Seems like all of a sudden America's gone, no, don't like the British. You're from Britain. You can't come here. I think Tyler Bate had a bit of trouble with visa issues, and there's been a few. Being kept out. Right, here we go. Ding, ding, ding. Right, we're going to... the way this works, obviously, is 2 teams in the ring, and you've got all 4 teams like on the outside, 2 people in the ring, and so you're going to get teams tagging themselves in when the people get close to them. And, you know, it's going to break down, of course. There'll be moments where everyone's involved and whatnot. I think Xavier was looking to try and tag himself in. I mean, really, the New Day should be winning this. We're talking about one of maybe the most important tag teams in the history of WWE. I mean, you can always talk about the Hardys and the Dudleys and Legion of Doom and all of that, but I feel like the New Day have got to be in that conversation. So here they are against 3 teams trying to establish themselves in WWE's developmental brand. You'd have to have New Day as heavy favorites, but obviously wrestling doesn't work that way. Got Pretty Deadly on the outside. They're doing some... So the one went on the other shoulder and they were like, ooh, and all of this. Kofi went, oh, Thea Hale. Shouts at Pretty Deadly. They end up going down. Now they're getting, they're bumping around like crazy now. Getting knocked down by Kofi. Xavier goes through the ropes. Knocks them down. Thea Hale screamed at them. They went down. Nice little spot there by Thea Hale. Up in the air. Xavier is in. Duke Hudson. Helping Xavier. Now we've got 3 in the ring. I think it's Xavier that's got to go out. So Duke Hudson's in there. I don't know the name of the Pretty Deadly. One's called Pip or something. Blonde Deadly. That's who we've got in the ring. Chase U working together. Back elbow by Duke Hudson. Hudson goes to the outside. Andre Chase in the ring. Tag. In comes dark-haired Deadly. Up, inverted atomic drop by Andre Chase. Oh, he's wobbling. I love the selling. Inverted atomic drop. And the dark-haired Pretty Deadly one. He was like wobbling. He was like, oh, wobbling all over the place. I love the selling of that. That's great. A bit OTT, but I loved it. In comes Wolfgang. Duke Hudson. I think it should be one of each team in this match, said Tingalin. I had too much hot sauce in my lunch and now I'm lying in bed in pain, said Joshua. Look at this selling again. Screaming in pain. Mark Coffey with a forearm strike. Xavier now unloading on Mark Coffey. Crowd having a little giggle there at the sell-in. Bit OTT. Shawn Michaels will massively appreciate that. Knee to the midsection as Xavier flips over, goes down. Gallus goes against the ropes, collides into Xavier. So Gallus now involved. Pretty Deadly have been heavily involved in the first part of this. Tag. Blonde Deadly is in. Wolfgang goes out. Now we're seeing Blonde Deadly unloading on Xavier. Booker T is always drunk, said Andrew. Booker T sounds like he needs a nap. I mean, Booker T, he's credible. He's very credible, of course. And he's got his own training school and everything. I just don't think he's good for commentary. He's got a nice, like, deep voice. It's a bit, maybe you could argue it's just a bit too gravelly. Just a bit too, it's deep. It's got a nice deepness to it, but it's maybe a bit too gravelly for commentary. Kick out by Xavier. David said, come on, New Day. I saw that Joe Coffey was suspended after his actions in the pub rules match, which could just be a cover for some like a visa issue, says Mikey the spoiler. Do you think Naomi will return on Monday, given that Raw is in Orlando, her hometown? I can't say yes or no, to be honest. I mean, I'm not expecting it because I sort of think if he was going to bring her back, could have brought her back in the Rumble. I don't know that just because we're in Orlando, that's enough for me to be like, oh yeah, that's what they're waiting for, you know? I mean, they could be. But equally, I've got to say it was just as likely, if not more likely, that if she was going to come back, they would have done it in the Rumble. So, I don't know. I'm not expecting it. I'm not expecting it. But if it turned out to, be that's what they were waiting for, it would make sense. You could see why they would do that. Stomp. Come on, Gallus. Gallus definitely got their supporters. I think every team's got people backing them. Pretty Deadly are fun. I like Pretty Deadly. New Day, obviously, the most popular. Prince. The blonde one is Prince. He went over and he knocked into Duke and he knocked into Andre. They went down. Chase U down on the outside. We've got Xavier going over, trying to make the tag to Kofi. Crowd very much behind the New Day. New Day come crashing down onto Prince. Down he goes again. We got shots coming in on Gallus. I really love the selling of Pretty Deadly. Both of them just, when they're getting back on their feet, their arms are all over the place. They're really good at selling. They're just like staggering around, just taking bumps. Here we go. Kofi looking for the boom drop on. Oh, 3 people, both of Pretty Deadly and Coffee. Crowd are fired up. Kofi back in the corner, charging over. Prince ducks underneath. Looking for SOS. 1, 2. Oh, saved by the other Pretty Deadly one. Chase U has the best story going out of these teams, said Rock and Sock Connection. Pretty Deadly, Chase U, New Day. I want Pretty Deadly to win, said Nando. Thea is having a Luna Vachon fit, said Erase Your Minds. I don't know what happened to NXT card in Canada. It's gone off air for the past hour. It's messed up. It's older reruns on the network. Is it? Well, they're not showing this in Canada. 1, 2. It does work different in Canada, doesn't it? You don't have like the Peacock and network like the rest of us. Deadly are in control at the moment. Pretty Deadly are in control. They're grabbing a hold of Kofi. Shot coming in. And Pretty Deadly coming over again, throwing in another strike on Kofi. Kofi up in the air, lands on his feet, against the ropes, over the top to the outside. Kofi, big boots. Tag, in comes Xavier. Xavier picking up Prince. He's got him over his shoulder. Oh, stump coming down by Kofi. Here we go, New Day, 2. Oh, and there's about 5 or 6 people that make the save. Thea Hale running around on the outside, celebrating the fact that Chase U are still in the hunt. And we've got loads of people in the ring right now. No, I was going to say maybe everyone, but I don't think everyone's in there. Well, it might be, This is awesome chant coming from the crowd. Crowd really enjoying it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is everyone. Everyone down. Shot coming in by Xavier. We got Duke Hudson rolling to the outsides. Prince hurling Coffee to the outsides. We've got a lot of action on the outside. We've got Kofi over by the commentary table. Uppercut by Coffee. Kofi with Andre Chase. Kofi going up. Andre Chase. Andre Chase in a bit of trouble. Can he reverse it? Shot coming into Kofi. He's going to throw Kofi to the outsides. I hate that spot. Multi-person on the outsides. They all go down. I mean, what I will say is at least they were doing something. They weren't just stood there waiting to be jumped on. They were brawling away and Kofi got thrown. So if you are going to do that spot, that's one of the better ways to do it. But now we've got Andre fighting with the dark-haired Pretty Deadly. He's going to look to... He ain't going to suplex him. Surely he ain't going to do that. He's gone for the suplex. Oh, he does. This time they were all waiting for it. Do hate that. Everyone down on the outsides. Crowd enjoy it though. Holy ship chants. I think the first one looks better where they're still sort of waiting for it though. Right, we're brawling on the outsides. We got Andre Chase hurled into the edge of the ring, hurled into the commentary table. He goes down. Gallus are looking to strip the commentary table. They've got... Duke Hudson makes the save. Andre Chase almost getting planted through that commentary table. Into the barricade goes Wolfgang. Into Prince goes Coffee. Now Duke Hudson is stripping the commentary table. Pulling the stuff off the top. Oh, gets caught. Pretty Deadly in control. Stomping away. What was your final score for SmackDown? Said Big Time Back. So I think it was like a 7-5. Sort of felt like we might have been high sixes. Show was all right. But that Sami segment was brilliant. Picks up Duke Hudson. Oh, Pretty Deadly making the save. Oh, kick to the midsection. Someone's going through that table. Duke Hudson goes hard into the edge of the ring. Duke Hudson goes hard now. Pretty Deadly have got the top of that commentary table. Oh, they're putting it back on. That's nice. I love that. That's brilliant. They put the top back on. They put the screens back on. They tidy it back up. That's brilliant. I don't think I've ever seen that. Wow, they're over with the commentators now. I love that spot. So they actually tidy up the commentary table. Chase you. Oh, big senton. Collides into the corner, belly to belly, nicely executed by Duke Hudson. Shot to the midsection of Coffee. Against the ropes goes Hudson, back elbow. Duke Hudson down. Duke Hudson rolling over. Hudson kip up. Kip up by Hudson. Hudson over in the corner. Wolfgang, he gets knocked down. Coffee goes down. Fix the desk. Great spot. I love it, Blaze. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that. I said not long ago, someone will go through that table. They've just stripped it. No point did I expect. Oh, it's been stripped again. Oh, Hudson. Oh no. Pretty Deadly. Worked so hard to tidy it back up. And Gallus put Duke Hudson through it. He's got blood coming out of his mouth as well. Duke Hudson might be down and out of this one. Thea Hale is pretty gutted. Gallus getting into the ring. Then Andre Chase is in the ring. He's throwing some shots. He's trying to deal with Gallus on his own, but he won't be able to. Against the ropes goes Andre Chase. Holds on. Pulls down the top rope. Lovely. Come on. Come on, Andre Chase. Come on. Oh, lovely. Leg sweep. Andre Chase. We're seeing Chase University in the crowd. Kicks coming in. Chase you. Everyone shouting along. Andre Chase. 1, 2. That sucks. He's going for the figure 4. Figure 4. We're in Charlotte, North Carolina. This is Flair country. And figure 4. No, Wolfgang catches him. Wolfgang comes down, crashing down, scoops up Andre Chase. Oh, kick coming in. Oh, God. 2. Oh, he survives. Shoulder up. Ah! No way did I think he was kicking out of that. No way did I think he was kicking out of that. Oh, that was good. Kofi up. He comes crashing down onto Kofi. Kofi's in there, hurls. Wolfgang out. Andre Chase has got to be done, though. Duke Hudson is down. Andre Chase is down. Now they've grabbed Kofi. Pretty deadly deal with Kofi on the outsides. Damn, I tell you what, you wouldn't want to follow this match. You wouldn't want to follow this. This is fun. Really fun. I think this is match of the night. Against the ropes. Big shot there by Xavier. Down goes Kofi. Xavier going up top. Kofi is down, walking the ropes. Oh, gets caught by Wolfgang. Against the ropes goes Kofi. Oh, Xavier caught. 1, 2, 3. Gallus win. Oh, God. Ah, no. Should have been Chase U. I'm going to throw a strop now. Chase, you were robbed. What is it with WWE not capitalizing on hot acts? Got a hot act in Sami. Are we going to put the belt on him? No. Got a hot act in Chase U. We're going to put the belts on him? No. Why did WWE not like good things? Oh, I bet Thea Hale is so upset. Ah! Why does no one think about Thea Hale in these moments? Look at her, she's got it. Oh, I know how she feels. Duke Hudson's still down. Gallus with the belts around their waist. So, Gallus, justice for Chase U. Oh, God. Can't believe it. How much longer is this show? Probably just over an hour. I reckon it was going to be 3 hours. So, probably just over an hour. Place would have gone nuts if Chase U had won. Yeah, man. Perhaps we're just waiting. Perhaps we're just gonna wait for Stand and Deliver. Perhaps they know it's a big moment and they're just thinking, well, place will go even more nuts if we do it at Stand and Deliver. Maybe that's the thinking. Maybe, I don't know, maybe. Chase U wasn't pinned. That's true, but a little victory in it. It's not even a victory. Right, what's this? NXT last Tuesday. Oh, this who attacked Nikita Lyons? No one cares. Valentina Feroz walked away. Good for her. Performance Center talent. No one cares. Blonde woman in a car. Elektra Lopez. Yeah, not bothered. Tiffany Stratton. We're showing, I mean, literally everyone is around outside. Who attacked Nikita? Is it this person? Is it this person? Is it this person? Is it this person? God, she got attacked at like the most... Someone must know. Look at how many people were around. How can this be a mystery? There's literally the whole NXT locker room are out there. Was it Wendy? Was it Indy? No one knows. It's a mystery. I reckon she just fell over, did it herself. That's what happened. She's wearing big heels. She was walking. She just slipped over, did it herself. But she's too embarrassed to admit it. That's my theory. Commissioner Michaels did it, said Wrestle with Andy. Stall, 5 out of 5. Tag match. I wanted Chase U. WWE doing wrong. Why not ask Nikita who attacked her? Because that's too easy. Because she's still in shock. That's why. Who was it? Who attacked you? I think that's what happens when you're in shock. I don't know. Who is it? Who is it? Can you write it down? I think that's shock. I don't know. I've never seen anyone in shock. She's just been doing that for about 3 weeks. And sadly, none of the 50 female NXT talents that were around at the time saw anything either. So none of them know anything. Yeah, they got CCTV, but that was pointing in the wrong direction. It wasn't pointing at the car park where all the cars are. It was pointing directly at the building. The camera was pointing at the building to make sure no one stole the building. It makes sense when you think about it. Right, we're seeing Grayson Waller. There's a woman in there with him, smiling away. Right, Bear Tooth Riptide. Hashtag NXT Loud official theme. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Riptide. And thank you as well for not coming and doing the song live like Hardy did at Royal Rumble, because that was horrific. Right, coming up next, Gigi, Roxanne, Jacey, triple threat match. Who attacked you, Nikita? I don't know, Jeff. Very good. Very good, Moldy. I hope you're well. Right, we've got Roxanne versus Gigi versus Jacey. I put my blood, sweat, and tears into this business. Now it's real. Rumble, she was in the old Rumble. Rumble, young lady, Rumble. There she is beating that OnlyFans woman. I can't remember her name. NXT pay-per-views are super enjoyable with less predictability. I think Triple H will get the main roster back to this after the shake-up after WrestleMania. If rumors of draft are true, said Ray. Rick said Hardy was so cringe. I think he made #1 on the top 10 cringiest music acts in WWE. That was bad, wasn't it? It was bad. I mean, to be honest, I haven't even seen like any Hardy fans coming out trying to defend him. I mean, with Bad Bunny, I feel like there's probably a lot of people that are Bad Bunny fans that, you know, came out. I had a lot of people going, no, he's good. Nah, don't throw shade on Bad Bunny. You know, come on, he's good. Didn't see that with Hardy. Didn't see any. I didn't see any Hardy defenders. And also, Bad Bunny sucks. He sucks. We asked 1,000 people. 2,000 people said he sucks. Bad Bunny is great, said Ray. No, Ray. Sorry, let me check that. No, you're wrong. Who won the tag match? It was Gallus. Musicians are sad. I like this song, though, said Mr. Quake. Staten said, Days, I just tuned in. Who are tonight's winners? The fans. All of you are the winners. And in a more real sense, Carmelo, Wes, Gallus. Has there been another match? Have I forgot one? Carmelo, Gallus, Wes. Feel like there has been another match. Oh, the women. Kiana and Fallon. Them as well. Yeah, there had been another match. I thought we had 4. Does Bad Bunny have a chance being in the Hall of Fame? Yeah. A very real chance. I think if you're any sort of celebrity and you show even just a slight passing interest in WWE, you're pretty much guaranteed to get into the celebrity wing. Logan will go in already. Bad Bunny will go in. Johnny Knoxville can go in. It really doesn't take much. Here's Toxic Attraction then. Gigi and Jacey. But I'm not a hater on Bad Bunny. The dedication in ring and his music isn't like scratching a chalkboard like most performance talents. Please don't spam. Toxic Attraction. Toxic Attraction making the way out. Jilly said, come on, Gigi Dolin. Jake Paul in PFL is going to be hilarious. Right, they're both coming out together, these two. Who would you rather see win, Grayson or Bron? I don't mind. I mean, I like Grayson. I really don't mind Grayson picking up the dub. I really don't mind Grayson winning. But I think it'll be Bron. Right, who wins? Who wins? Is it going to be Gigi? Is it going to be Jacey? Or is it going to be Roxy? Roxanne. Who won the tag match? Gallus. I bet you've got a pretty deadly top in your closet. Haven't we all? Haven't we all? I want Jon Stewart in the Hall of Fame, said Sonny. Celebrity Hall of Fame, Wee Man, said Chris. Okay, Toxic Attraction have made their way down then. So Gigi and Jacey, I do appreciate the fact we don't need 2 separate entrances. So those two have come down together. They are going to get in each other's way. Of course they are. Here's Roxanne, though. Roxanne Perez, the prodigy. Is trying to, I think, get the crowd a bit more fired up. I thought there'd be a massive response to her. It was, dare I say, a little muted. Is her size a problem, do you think? Booker said it almost said my girl, but I'm going to stay impartial. She's a great talent. There's no denying that. She is a great talent. She should get through this. Roxanne, she needs that sound. Triple H, pay those music rights. Gigi cosplaying as Streets of Rage villain. She's very close to getting going a bit MJF, isn't she? She's got a very strong Burberry vibe tonight. But it's not, I don't think it's quite Burberry. Smile on the face of Roxanne then as we're about to get underway with our co-main event. I think we're into the final hour here. She's got an AJ Lee vibe, said Richards. Yeah, she does. I mean, the thing with AJ was a bit twisted though. Like, she's trying to do the AJ thing, but without being like a bit unhinged. I think AJ benefited from having that. And also, you know, when she was a heel, she had like someone bigger with her as well. Because again, like even AJ's size was a little problem at times. Kick to the midsection. She's very good. I mean, no one's going to say she's not very good in the ring. She's very good in the ring. Face first, down goes Roxanne. We got Toxic Attraction celebrating. Working together. Elbow coming in. Shot coming in by Roxanne. Knee to the midsection by Jacey. So right now, I mean, Toxic Attraction is going to take Roxanne, you would imagine, out of the equation. But then the problem's going to be who's going to get the win between both of Toxic Attraction. Big boot. Down goes Roxanne. She rolls out the ring. And we've got Gigi going after her. She grabs Roxanne, chucks her back in. Roxanne back up on her feet. Big boot misses. Round the back roll up by Roxanne. Nice. She gets shot forward into Thez press. She's fighting away. She gets grabbed by Jacey. A few back elbows coming in. Charging over. She goes down. Jacey in control. Gigi over the other side. One each side. Charging over. She moves out the way. Jacey almost hit Gigi. Trying to help Gigi back up to her feet. This is giving time to Roxanne. Roxanne ducks underneath. Double drop kick. Both of Toxic Attraction go down. Roxanne back up. Grabbing a hold of Jacey. I tell you what. This is a hell of a spot to put her in. I mean, she's very young. She's in there like on her own against both of Toxic Attraction. Here we go. Against the ropes goes Roxanne. Through the ropes. Lovely suicide dive. Does that well. Jacey collides over. Jacey collides into Gigi. Roxanne grabs Jacey. Shot. Chucks Jacey back into the ring. Roxanne trying to go in after her. Roxanne on the edge of the ring. R.I.P. Lanny Poffo. Do you think Liv will win Elimination Chamber and turn heel to face Bianca? Can't say I'm predicting that. Can't say I'm predicting that. I don't know. I mean, a heel Liv? I don't think I would do that. Would I? Would I do that? I think she might need Summit. She might need Summit. Against the ropes. It's hard to look past Asuka. Even though that would be like Asuka versus Bianca. Sort of feel like Asuka's got to be on that WrestleMania card. I mean, obviously we could find something else for her to do, but got to get this new Asuka. I mean, maybe this Asuka's going to be a bit moody. Maybe this Asuka's going to be a bit heelish. This Asuka's not going to care. Don't know. It's going to be interesting. Kick to the back there by Jacey. 1, 2. Roxanne kicks out. It's going to be, I mean, I just feel sorry for these women, to be honest. I feel sorry for them because like trying to follow that tag match. Crowd, you can sense are a little, not flat, but I think a little burnt out. I mean, the tag match was so much fun. Down goes Jacey. Glides into Roxanne. Roxanne goes down. Now we've got Gigi having a word with Jacey. They're pushing each other on the outsides. Gigi says, we need to focus. Work with me. They go to shake hands. Thank you. For the love of God. Oh, Gigi pulls Jacey in the path of Roxanne. Gigi was like, work with me for the love of God. thank you, and then hurled her into the path of Roxanne. Gigi. Knee strikes coming in. I like her. Gigi's got a good size to her, actually, you know. I mean, not in a disrespectful way, but, you know, I mean, she's got a bit of something to her. She's not, like, stick thin. She's healthy, but she's got a good size. In the ring goes, and with, like, the red hair and the green on her knee pads, I'd like to see a bit more color, I think, actually, on her ring gear. But, yeah, as a solo star, like, little bits, like a bit of an interesting look. Up, down. Obviously, as Priscilla Kelly, she's wrestled a lot on the indie scene. 1, 2, she gets pulled out the ring by Jacey. Now we're at the point in the match where this is about Toxic Attraction not being on the same page. Crowd is dead during this. Yeah, I don't think it's a reflection of the women. I think they're just dead after the tag match. She's cute, no disrespects. Have you spotted any Chinese balloons above you? No. We don't let them above our airspace. No, you shot it down, didn't you? Jacey pushing Gigi. Gigi pushing Jacey. Oh, we're seeing a meltdown here of Toxic Attraction. Slap to the face. A big slap coming back by Gigi. Smile on the face of Jacey. Jacey charging over. Now we're seeing these two going at it. Against the ropes. Down goes Gigi. Jacey flips over. 1, 2. A little slow. Roxanne is going up. Crossbody. Down goes Toxic. What did Booker T do then? Wicker. I thought he was doing a rap. We can talk about it. Wicked. A jungle is massive. Wicked. A jungle is massive. We can talk about it in a bit. Oh, I'll tell you what. If you want to take that as a little sample, Booker T doing that, wicked. You could do a banging dance track out of that. Wicked. Jungle is massive. Kick to the midsection by Roxanne. She's going for a DDT net breaker or leg sweep. Nice. 1, 2. Kick out by Jacey. She goes for a Gigi. Oh, kick out again. He used the track, or did he use Roxanne? Roxanne. Toxic needs a third member. Who would you want it to be? Well, I don't know that they do, to be honest. Sort of feel like they're a really good tag team. I wouldn't want to split them up. I sort of feel like we need proper, actual women's tag teams. I think, like, you know, have a bit of trouble in this match, but they get back on the same page after. I wouldn't take them solo now. I'd keep them as a tag team. Collide. Oh my God. Gigi in the corner, Roxanne upside down. Jacey collides into both of them. Kick to the side of the heads. Oh, Jacey is going to win. Jacey, oh my God, big knee. 1. Roxanne was done, man. Roxanne was done. She was done. She was deaded. Oh, that knee strike. Oh, God, that's beautiful. Gigi stopping Jacey from being champion. These two throwing shots, forearms in at each other. Jacey colliding back on Gigi. Gigi pounding away, pushing Jacey back. Oh, down goes Gigi. Jacey, suck it. Down goes Roxanne looking. Inside cradle. Kick out. Crucifix pin. 1, 2. Kick out. Knee to the midsection. Out. She's got Roxanne in the corner. Jacey collides into Roxanne. Roxanne slumps down. Against the ropes. Oh, misses. Kick. Nice. Over the top. Oh, couldn't do it. She was going for like a code red there, Roxanne. Didn't get it. Clothesline by Gigi. Gigi kicks Jacey in the heads. Nice suplex bridge by Gigi. Oh, broken up by Jacey. I spelled Roxanne wrong, didn't I? I only just saw that in the poll. Roxanne. Roxanne's going to do it, apparently. 69% of you think that Roxanne is going to get this done. Gigi 18%, Jacey 11. Wrestlers doing the crotch chop will never be old to me, said Samuel. It's good, isn't it? Good. Sonny said 69. Nice. Let's go Roxy. Let's go Gigi. No, let's go Jacey chance. Ah. Let's go Roxy. Let's go Gigi. Let's go Roxy. Let's go Gigi. Bet poor Jacey. I bet she's like, what am I? The ref. I'm in this match as well, you know. Shots coming in by Roxanne. Roxy screams. I gotta say, I don't think this is doing much for the Roxanne. 1, 2. That didn't make sense for a second. Toxic Attraction just headbutted each other, but it looked like they meant to do it, but I don't think they did. I think they just both went for headbutts at the same time. But they went for headbutts. They went down. I wasn't crazy about that. But they're grabbing Roxanne. Roxanne goes to the outsides. Yeah. Gigi tells Jacey, get the tables! Yeah! Right, they're setting it up. Tables, tables, tables. I don't know if the heels should get the tables. Crowd love tables. The kind of thing Roxanne should do, really. Crowd love tables. Right, Roxanne gets picked up. Double elbows, though, by Roxanne. So Roxanne doesn't go through the table. Kick to the midsection. Roxanne kick to the midsection there of Gigi. Over the top goes for... Nice. Code red. Down goes Gigi. Jacey grabbing Roxanne. Forearm strike by Roxanne. Drives Jacey into the side of the ring. We've still got this table set up. Oh, my God. Tables, tables, tables. Crowd loving it. Roxanne is Lady of the Night, said Bob. Roxanne going up top. Oh my God, got booted in the face there by Jacey. Jacey throwing in some clubbing blows. Table is still set up on the outside. Gigi is down. Someone's going through that table. I don't know if it's during this spot. Roxanne is trying to prevent it being her. She's pounding away on Jacey. Roxanne in the corner. Gigi holding. Oh, Gigi goes through the table. Gigi is kicked. Gigi goes through the table. Roxanne has got Jacey. Oh my God, that didn't really go very well. She went for like the code red. She landed on her backside. I think she took the worst of that, to be honest. Roxanne gets it done. Roxanne retains. I don't know that it does much For anyone that's got question marks around Roxanne. I've got question marks around Roxanne. I like her a lot. I think she's very good in ring. I do worry a bit about her size and her being on the smaller side. She's very capable of some great matches. Want to see her having some good matches as champion. This was fun, but I mean, this was a lot of toxic attraction, which is what I was expecting, to be honest. I think when it comes to her title reign, I'm really looking forward to seeing her go one-on-one with someone and see what we end up with. I'm sure it's going to be great. Her matches with Cora Jade were great. But I don't know that we can really judge Roxanne too much from what we just saw. That was a lot of toxic attraction. But put in your thoughts. It went the way I think we were expecting, but what did you think of it? Did you enjoy it? And our main event is coming up next. Who will leave as NXT champion? 2 weeks till we get to Elimination Chamber. Is it going to be Bron? Is it going to be Grayson? 3 said Rock and Sock. 3. If Roxanne went to the roster, she would be in catering. Roxanne won. We don't need to judge. Doesn't matter about size, says Dylan. I think it does matter. I think size does matter. Historically, it matters. It's always mattered to Vince. And, I mean, the women obviously is interesting. I don't know. I mean, is Alexa's size holding Alexa back, for example? You know, there's a reason why Charlotte, you know, I mean, she's a flare, so that always helps. But there's a reason why we see certain women being pushed more than other women. I think the notion that size doesn't matter, I don't think that's true. I think it does matter. I think there's ways around it, as AJ Lee showed. So it's not that it's that's it. She's never going to get anywhere type situation. She's very skilled. But I think I do find myself looking at her, seeing, I mean, she looks young as well in the face. She looks young. She's small. And you look at her and go, is she really the best in women's wrestler? She's the best. She's the women's champion. There's no other women that can beat this small child. I mean, in the face, she looks young as well. I mean, it doesn't really help when they show pictures of her with Natalya and she doesn't look that different. You know, she's like, I've wanted to do this since I was 13. I'm pretty sure she was 13 about 2 weeks ago. I mean, she's clearly a talent. She's clearly a talent. She's put on great matches. Her matches with Cora Jade were really enjoyable. I don't know if we've moved too quickly with her being champion. I don't know. I just really want to build up that resume, to be honest. I really want, I wanted to just put on these banging matches that I know that she can do. And I knew tonight wouldn't be that. But, yeah, I want it to work for her. I like her. We are just at adverts. Roxanne is more talented in ring than most. Aubrey said Rhea against Roxanne would look disproportionate. Yeah. I mean, you know, we saw Ray overcome the odds. We've seen Alexa be champion. I don't think it's be all and end all. But I do think it does. It's a talking point. Let's put it that way. It's a talking point. Right. Main event coming up. Let's change this graphic at the bottom. Bron versus Grayson. Steel cage match. There. Do we get lowering cage music? Boo. I thought we would get cage lowering music. We don't get any. Sucks. Okay, we've got Bron, we got Grayson. NXT Championship Steel Cage match. Time for the main events. Bro, Rox is a teen. She's not ready, said Wyatt 6. If we don't get a balloon entrance at Mania, what are we even doing, said Chill Dudes. Are you doing UFC? Is it on too late? We're not doing UFC, sadly. We can't do... Obviously, it's already started. So I sort of looked at it and thought, well, could we maybe catch the end of the prelims and the start of the main cards? But obviously, if we do that, you know, we will have missed a good chunk of it anyway. And then I sort of thought, well, we could do that, but who's going to join anyway? I mean, it's on at 6 o'clock in the morning in the UK. Like, you could maybe get up early for it, but you're getting out of your way really to do that on a Sunday. Getting up at 6 o'clock, like you are getting a bit out of your way. And then, like in America, which is where most of our community are based, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. So I sort of looked at it and thought, well, I just don't think people are going to really be watching this one. I could really have it wrong. I could be really wrong. But I thought, well, we'll do NXT. We'll really focus on that. We'll do the review after. We've obviously got a big UFC next week. But yeah, this is a weird one this week. Weird one. So no, we're not doing this one. Had it have been before NXT, we would have done it. Who won the NXT Women's title match? It was Roxanne. Did Roxanne win? She did. Bob, shout out to you. F that. I don't like waking up till midday on a Sunday, said James. Do we get a big angle after the match? Maybe. Depends who wins. I mean, if Grayson wins, I don't think so. Because I think the bigger story is we've got a new champion. If Bron retains, then maybe someone comes in. We haven't seen anyone in the crowd. I was expecting that moment where someone in the crowd like waves or does something. We haven't had that. We've just got a video package right now. You're like a textbook. I've read it and I've already passed the test, said Grayson Waller. Last time I was locked in a steel cage. Just think what I'm going to do now. So we just saw him jumping off the top. This will be my vengeance day. Here we go then. Video packages done. Main events. Whoa, look at that. Chain mail kind of head covering for Grayson Waller. Bron is quite subdued colors. I mean, it's not black though. I mean, his singlet is sort of washed out, paler kind of colors. I thought they'd pop a bit more, to be honest. The cage is in position. Here's Grayson Waller, the Grayson Waller effects. Grayson Waller making his entrance for our main event. We got loads of women. Whoa! And we've got golden boots. Hello, girls. Oh, wow. I like Grayson Waller. Grayson Waller, handsome, bubbly to some ladies. I wonder if these ladies will be ones that we look at in years to come and go, oh, do you remember when they were part of Grayson Waller's entrance? So he's got a golden shoe that many champions... I mean, I don't know what the golden shoe is. Is he going to drink out of the golden shoe? Steel cage has been lowered. Grayson is in there. The girls. See you later, girls. I think Bron wins, but I'm hoping for Waller. Bron has put on his title because he knows it's the last time he'll wear it, said Jilly. Okay, so we've got Grayson in the ring right now, waiting for Bron to make his way down. We are at the main event. We are at the main event. Oh my God. Oh my God. I didn't seen that. There's another Dijak picture. Oh my God. Do you want to see it? Bron makes his way out. Here we go. For those of you that want to throw up again. Oh my God. Make it stop. Make it stop. Oh my God. Can we also just talk about the fact that Bron just went through a Grayson Waller kind of poster thing, exploded through it. I think it was that. I think it was Grayson Waller. And yeah, it was. And some woman in the crowd was like shaking her head like she weren't feeling it, man. She weren't feeling it. Or perhaps she was watching the stream and she just saw that image. Oh my God. Oh, dear heavens. You misspelled steel. That's how we spell it over here. Steel cage. Steel cage. It's a steel cage match. Right, the action is underway. Check Bray's comment. Bray commented. Bray commented. Oh, same here. Oh, yeah, Bray broke his finger. Bray broke his finger as well. Oh, damn, that was 24 minutes ago. That's interesting. Okay. We are underway. Looks like everyone's breaking their fingers. Is this a new trend? Is this what everyone's doing tonight? Is everyone breaking their fingers tonight, or what's going on? Same here, man. So Bray has broken his finger. I can only presume that was maybe from WrestleMania. Don't know. Right, both guys getting inside the cage. No time for broken fingers anymore. We're inside the steel cage. Waller is locked in with Bron. Finger breaker. Waller trying to climb up. Can't win the title by climbing up. He's scared, Buck. He's scared. Shot coming in by Bron. There's no way that someone can break their finger and not be in a lot of pain. Someone must have took 800 or 900 mg. Knee strike coming in by Grayson, and again. We are officially underway. NXT Championship. Bron Breakker against Grayson Waller. Fighting on the outside against the ropes. Bron Breakker going really fast. Collides into Grayson. This is like home, isn't he? This is home for Bron Breakker. He has got speed. He has got power. He is picking up Grayson. He's got him up in the air. Walking around with Grayson. Nice suplex there by Bron. Hip up by Bron as well. Is the cage smaller than usual? Don't know, to be honest. I mean, it fits around the ring. So if it is, then that would imply the ring is smaller. It could be a slightly smaller ring, I suppose. Maybe 16 foot instead of like 20 by 20. Forearm strike by Grayson. Grayson charging over, going up. Oh, lovely roundhouses into a DDT. Grayson looking for the pin. Bron definitely has some on his shoulder tonight, said Kyle. Did you watch the NHL All-Star game? Nope. Brad says he will drink out of it called a shoey. They do that in... I didn't realize that was a Australian tradition. Tai Tuivasa in UFC does shoeys. Shot coming in there by Waller. Shoulder elbow coming in by Bron. Ooh, my basement drop kick. Down goes Bron. Shoulder up. Elbow drop by Grayson Waller. Shoeys are really, though, meant to be like... I mean, I've seen Tai Tuivasa drink out of someone's shoe from the crowd, and he'll have their shoe that they've been wearing. He'll put a beer in there that someone was already drinking. Someone also put like some hot sauce in as well, and then he ended up drinking that. Like Grayson Waller doing it out of a pristine golden shoe. I mean, I suppose it fits his character, but my understanding is like that it's more spontaneous. Down goes Grayson. Ava Rain tweeted, "Chase, you sucks." Oh, God, what a heel. What a heel move. Heel move by Ava Rain. Oh. Spinebuster by Bron. Bron going over to the corner. Climbing up. Bron. Perched. Oh, my God, Grayson. Smacked his head off the ring mat. He goes down. Bron on his feet. Backing up to the corner. Circling rounds. I've seen a few Aussie wrestlers do it before. Grayson said discontinued channel. Charging over. Oh, Bron goes into the cage. Grayson grabbing Bron, dragging him into the middle, looking for the pin. Two, shoulder up. Shoulder up by Breaker. So Bron Breaker charging over, charged into the cage. You'll bait and switch, says Booker. Kick coming in by Bron, pounding away by Grayson. Grayson in control. It's an Australia and New Zealand tradition, said Juzzo. I hope Bron Breaker wins this steel cage match, says Ted, and keep him the NXT champion. Okay, Grayson is in control at the moment. Into the side of the cage goes Bron. Bron goes down. Grayson comes over looking for the pin. Two. Shoulder up by Bron. Shoulder up. Grayson does some push-ups. Charges over. Knee to the side of the body there. Bron goes over. He's got his boot right in the side of the face of Bron. Grayson walking around, grabs a hold of Bron. Drags him into the middle. Kick coming in there by Grayson. Bron down. Bron definitely being wore down here. Strike goes against the ropes. Grayson charges over. Crossbody by Grayson. Bron slumps down again. Grayson again looking at Bron going against the ropes. Crossbody gets caught by Bron. He's got Bron has got Grayson up. Lands down on his feet. Hurls him into the ropes. Hurls him over the other sides. Goes up, goes up. Oh, that's lovely. 1, 2. Shoulder up. It's true where Grayson is That's true, but where Grayson is in WWE, it makes it look like he started it. It's the GTS. Everyone thinks Punk invented the move. He didn't, says Brads. Green Bean said, I keep thinking I'm watching Raw because of the red and white on the Trons. Boom. Nice. I do like the entrance stage. They have made it feel quite big. Grayson, little smile on his face. Grayson is in control. I don't know if the crowd are a bit burnt out. They were a bit quiet during the women's match. They're still quiet now. Shots coming in by Grayson. Dave's not sure about the ring cage size, but what about the gaps in the corners? They seem wide. It's just a different setup. We've seen it before. It's to accommodate the ring posts. 1, 2. I mean, definitely back in the day, you never used to have that. I think they used to go... I remember how the blue cage did it, to be honest. How did the blue cage do it? Let's have a look. I have seen this with cages like this, where the gaps in the corners are quite wide. Have a little look. So I'm going to Google blue cage WWF. Oh, that's a lovely image. Oh, that's lovely. They were... Oh. Oh. Weird. So the blue cage was sort of on the outside of the ropes, but inside the ring post. It's weird, isn't it? Never looked at that before. Never ever looked at that. That's something that has... this one, they're next to the ring posts. So actually, this one is a bigger cage than this. Because it's on the outside of the ropes, but it goes up to the ring posts. It's on the outside of the ropes, but it's just inside the ring post, so you don't get like any gaps in the corners. Drop kick there by Grayson. If you are just joining us, welcome to the history of the steel cage, where we're having a look at some of the... This is goated, isn't it? This is when... That's what a cage looks like, kids. That's what a proper cage looks like. Right now, Bron is tied in the ropes. Taking the mick out of Bron Breakker. Grayson looking to charge over. Collide spear into Bron. Bron doing the Andre spot at the moment. All tied up in the ropes. Grayson spearing into Bron. Bron lifting his head though. Bron is freeing himself from the ropes. Spear him again. Spear him again, Grayson. Look, he's just got himself free now. Oh, dear. Grayson can't believe it. Bron getting back into this. Grayson trying to climb up. Bron grabs him, hurls him across the ring. Bron grabbing Grayson, hurling him into the cage. Over the other side goes Grayson as well. Grayson against the ropes. Hurled into that side. Looking to pick him up, and he does. Ah! Scoots him up, chucks him into the cage. Grayson Waller down. A quiet man. There's a few cheers and a few woofs of encouragement. Cage should be golds. Maybe if this was NXT 2.0, it could have been all the colors. AWC Legend said King Kong Bundy versus Hulk Hogan in that cage. Is that an image from WrestleMania 2? I did see that the apron was blue with like a bit of black in the middle. I didn't know if that was WrestleMania 2 or maybe like a Saturday night's main event. Is that WrestleMania 2, is it? Oh, you can sort of see the top of the 2. Nice. That's what I think of. That's the match I think of. So that must be the cage I think of. Interesting. Interesting. I've never really thought about how it doesn't go to the ring posts. We're all learning. We're all learning. Right, Grayson is that. How long we got? 15 minutes, I reckon. Oh, Grayson's having a look up. Bron is down. Grayson looking up at the heavens. Walla sucks. Let's go, Walla, Walla sucks. Let's go, Walla, Walla sucks. Half an hour of time has been added to Vengeance Day. Looks like this match might be a long one, said Rory. Oh, it doesn't need it, I don't think. I don't think we need to go an extra half an hour. Walla is up top. He's in the heavens right now. Bron is on his feet. I mean, now's not a good time to jump down, is it? Bron's ready for him. Walla's trying to get back down. Bron is going to climb up. Walla's now climbing down the other sides. Bron is grabbing him. He's going to go for a big suplex. On the top rope. Big superplex by Bron. Grayson Waller was pretty much at the top of the cage. Bron grabs him. I would have liked a bit more of an arch. Oh, spear by Bron. Doesn't matter. It's still a big spot. Straps coming down. Bron is standing up. You got Grayson Waller down. Standing over Grayson. He's taking his time here. Booker T said, this is bigger than we'll ever know. Grayson trying to get back up to his feet, but he keeps collapsing back down. Listen to me. You want to talk trash now? You want to talk trash on social media to me now? This is my dog pound. I run NXT. Grayson Waller pushes him in the face. I like that. Hit me. Hit me. Bron against the ropes. Grayson is up. Spear. Down goes Grayson. 1, 2, 3. Bron Breakker wins. Bron Breakker wins. I like the little interaction before. You want to talk trash to me now? I mean, he's just buried Grayson Waller, though. Hasn't he? Not only has he beaten him, he's basically, like, shouted at him as well. You want to talk trash to me now? This is my NXT. And then speared him and put him away. There will be no golden shoey. Bron Breakker retains. Bron broke him, he did. It's going to need a little bit of work for Grayson to recover after this. Daisy Gray tonight. Are you cosplaying as The Rock? I am very grey, aren't I? This is my dog pound. He sent a very clear message to Grayson there. This would be a really good time to have someone come in now. This would be a really good time because he's just said, this is my NXT. He's just destroyed his biggest challenge. I do agree. You've set it up for someone to come in. People are leaving, heading to the exits. I really hope they miss something good. People are going up the steps and leaving. I really hope they miss something epic now. Come on, CM Punk. Come on, CM Punk. Here's Carmelo. Carmelo is coming down. Smile on the face of Bron. Carmelo in the entranceway. CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. So, Bron Breakker on the top of the cage. Could it be that we see Grayson Waller go up? I mean, I feel that, how's Grayson Waller going to recover after this? I mean, look, it's developmental. Go up to the main roster. No one's going to care. But They've not just beaten him, they've absolutely embarrassed him there. As the show comes to a close, so Carmelo comes out. And that is the end of the show. Let's put up a little poll as to what you think. What do you score NXT? 8 to 10, 7 to 7, 5, 6 to 6, 7, 5, 5, 7, 5, or below. David said I'm about a 7.25. They ended 10 minutes early. Might have been the earliest I've seen a show end with 10 minutes of time left to go. Bron is going to get called up on the Raw after Mania. Who is the one AEW women's wrestler you would trade? Jamie Hayter. Or maybe Britt. And who would you trade from WWE to AEW? Tamina. Bye, Tamina. Really hoping Carmelo is the one to end Bron's reign. I was expecting Waller to win, said Serious Gaming. I love how everyone ends up hating every show before they leave, said Bob. I think we got some decent scores, though. Got like 7.25, 7.5, 8. Brad said I didn't like that. Bron is boring. I think Grayson is perfect to beat Bron. Disappointed about that 1.5 out of 5 for that match, says Brad's. Tag team match was cool. I think tag match was the best match for me. 7.75, 6.75, 7.35, 7.5. Very enjoyable, but a few endings. I need Bron against Solo, said Joshua. If this was AEW, both of them would be a wreck. This was AEW, we would just finish the first match. This was an AEW pay-per-view. We'd just be coming to the end of Dijak against Wes Lee. Brian said, who won the triple threat women's title match? Roxanne. I would trade Sonya and Shayna for Britt and Adam Cole. Perfect. 9 out of 10. Really want Dijak to get a push. Was hoping he would return under the Dominic Dijakovic name, said Ray. John said 7.42. Thea's enthusiasm and or screams of panic was my favorite part of the show. I really feel like she's getting over. I really feel like, even though she's not really wrestling, I just think that I don't think she's only catching my attention or our attention. I think she's catching everyone's attention. It's hard to not see her. So, yeah, I think she's doing a great job. I'm going to finish binging traitors now. 7, great stream as always, said Jeff. Shout out to you, Jeff. Appreciate the support and the kind words. Yeah, I hope people had just a fun Saturday night, to be honest. I mean, it's always nice to have some wrestling to watch over a weekend. We're normally doing UFC or boxing or something like that. So nice to have a different flavor on a Saturday. And actually not long till we get to enjoy it again in 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks today, I believe. It's going to be Elimination Chamber. So we've got that. Obviously, next weekend, we've got UFC, a big UFC show as well. So big UFC card next weekend. Then the week after, we've got Elimination Chamber. And then I can't remember what's after that, but it's just big shows after big shows. This is actually one of the more quieter weekends, one of the more quieter Saturdays. But even so, it was good. And then, do you know what? I mean, there's plenty you can take out of that show. I agree. I'd probably be in the 7s as well, to be honest. Probably be in the 7s. I thought it was entertaining show. I think what I do miss, though, is back in the day, NXT takeovers used to be the shows. It used to be, there ain't no way WWE are following that. Very often, NXT takeovers, Triple H would always say, follow that to the main roster. Good luck following that. So, you'd get a banging NXT on, say, the Saturday night, and then the Sunday night, it would be the Royal Rumble, or it'd be WrestleMania. It'd be something like that. I just remember watching takeover after takeover thinking, I don't know how you beat this. I don't know how you better this. Like, all the matches delivered. the action was insane. I mean, in all fairness, the tag match tonight was incredible, but quite often the tag match would be like American Alpha or The Revival or DIY. And you'd be like, it's just be insane. The matches would be awesome. And then, like, you know, you'd be enjoying, I don't know, Velveteen Dream coming out or Johnny Gargano putting on a 5-star classic, or, you know what I mean? Like, there was Shinsuke in the main event, Finn in the main event, Samoa Joe, like, the women, Asuka or Bailey, or there was always just, it was just always so good. And even though tonight I'm in the 7s, I miss Triple H. I miss Triple H's NXT. That's what it comes back to. I miss Triple H's NXT. I mean, obviously, you know, times got to change, and Triple H is now doing it on the main roster, so I suppose you can't really complain. But yeah, this doesn't feel like those takeover NXTs. It does feel like, I think if there was a WWE show tomorrow, I think they could quite comfortably follow what we got tonight. But still, tonight is a very solid show. It's a very solid show. And NXT is not in ill health. You know, it's not like in a bad place. But I just think, oh God, it's so hard when we were seeing those banger takeover shows, you know. Takeover shows were insane. So just not quite that level, unfortunately. AWC Legend said you should do a watch long for the Man United final. Do you know, I don't know when it is, but I don't know when is it? Is it tomorrow or something? Man United's, when is the Carabao Cup? Can't be tomorrow because Newcastle played recently. Man United, Newcastle, 26th of February. Yeah, there's a chance. Maybe there's a chance you can maybe do that on the second channel. I don't know. The problem is, I mean, I feel like there are a good number of people in our community that enjoy soccer. We've done World Cups and all that kind of stuff. The problem is, unless you do it all the time, no, I mean, it's just, who's going to join you for those streams? I don't know. We've got a very varied community, I suppose. So maybe it's one that I shouldn't just overthink, and maybe I should just do. I don't know. Did you hear about Connor and Chandler being coaches for the Ultimate Team? Said Gia. I did. Yeah, I did. That's great. Very exciting. I'm really looking forward to a Connor coming back. That'll do big numbers. Of course it will. How he's going to do against Chandler, I've got Chandler as quite firm favorite, to be honest. But maybe we'll see something that surprises us, catches our eye during the Ultimate Fighter. But I did see that. Yeah, big news. I mean, Connor's just the biggest star they've ever created. Having him come back, he didn't fight at all last year. So having him in a guaranteed fight this year, that's big. And him being involved in Ultimate Fighter gives Ultimate Fighter a big boost as well. So, yeah, very good news. Ray said, I'm surprised there's no Dragon Lee or Carl Fredericks debut, only because there was rumors that they could debut. Brad said, 4 out of 5 for the show in general. I would have preferred Grayson winning the title, Gigi winning the title, Chase U winning the titles. That would have made the night perfect. Are you doing a Super Bowl for the stream next weekend? For the Super Bowl next weekend, yes. Yeah, I think that'll be on the second channel, though. Will we see UFC streams tonight? No UFC stream tonight, no. We've covered it a few times as to why. If it had been on before this, we would have done it. But the fact the main card doesn't start till 6, which is 1 o'clock in the morning East Coast, makes me think that this is a card that only the diehards are going to be tuning in for. And I don't even think the card looks that great. I don't know. This sort of feels like they're putting on an offering, but I think they're focused on next week UFC. It's all about next week for UFC, and we are all over that show. So, yeah, we're back next week with that. Do you realize a fan gave Logan a drink before he and Ricochet collided last Saturday? Carl Fredericks sounds like a name for a singer in the 80s. This was 3 out of 10, said Justin. Justin didn't enjoy it. Justin wasn't feeling it. Yeah, as I say, I can understand that. I mean, I think the crowd are quite quiet in the last 2 matches. I think the tag match is great. I think the first match is really enjoyable apart from the finish. Women's tag match is all right. I actually think the the first part of this is really good. And then I think the Apollo match kind of really slows it down. And then the crowd just never seemed to quite get back into it after that. So Apollo Carmelo seems to be a bit of a turning point for this show. And then it just never seemingly quite recovers. So I would say a story of two halves, this show. And a lot of champions retaining, but we do get new women's tag champs. That's pretty big. We do obviously get new tag champs for the men, but I think that was a bit predictable. Didn't predict Gallus getting them, though. Didn't predict Gallus getting them. That was a surprise. So, Legend Killer, shout out to you. Bron injured. Looked like he wouldn't let the ref raise his right arm. Didn't notice, to be honest. Elon Musk said, all I saw was that broken finger. Brad said, still no Brian tweets. I guess it could be imminent. Shaquem said it was a good show. Days Serrano on, put it on. What, the Serrano fight? What is that now? Is Serrano fighting right now? Last night, LA Knight Bray was after SmackDown, said Adam. This was bad. This is the fall of NXT, said Dets. I thought Apollo Carmelo was going to be 3 falls. Surprised Apollo lost the seconds. I kissed Wrestle Kingdom Part 2. Okay, well, end our thing. We'll wrap this up. The thing NXT has is a lot of talents can't wrestle, said Dets. Bron apparently separated his shoulder, but nothing official, said James. Okay, here we go then. 7 to 7, 7, 5, 42%. 8 to 10, 41%. Seems like people, I mean, look at that. 83% of people that judged on this said it was 7 or above. 10% went 6 to 6, 7, 5. 5% went 5, 7, 5 or below. So seemingly the masses enjoyed it. Seemed to be a show that people really enjoyed. So 7, 7, 5 or below. Above. HBK, you're killing NXT, said Batson. Pay-per-view was good, said Ray. NXT Stand and Deliver is going to be a bigger premium event, said Boomers. Right, we're done. Right, appreciate the support, guys. Hope you have a good Saturday night. Enjoy UFC if you watch it. We are doing UFC next weekend, of course. Appreciate everyone stopping by and joining us. And we are back on Monday for Raw. What has Raw got in stock? I don't even know where we are with Raw, to be honest. But we need to put the final touches to Chamber, don't we? We've got the women's Fatal 4-Way. I'm sure we'll get something to do with Cody as well. Will we see Alexa? That would be nice. So, yeah, we'll be back on Monday for Raw. Awesome, guys. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.